Right, hello there. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Yep, microphone seems to be working. OBS seems to be good. Twitch and YouTube both seem to be running. Cool, right. Hello everyone out there on the internet. I'm Drag Mechanic, and I am back for a little bit more creative building for this Masters of Motion competition that Keen Software are running for the next month and a bit, I think. June 19th is the closing date. So I did a big long stream the other day, working on some stuff. I've still got some of the important do's and don'ts of this competition written up here. So, I'll quickly cover some of that stuff again. We've got some of the do's, things we need to do: massive rotating machinery in motion, transforming vehicles and walkers, complex piston-driven systems, hinged mechanisms and deployable structures, and fully functional contraptions solving real engineering challenges. And again, some of the don'ts. No heavy editing the video that you have to make, or misrepresenting in-game stuff. No mods. Scripts are allowed, but we all know I don't really use scripts, so I'm not doing that. And no creations based on existing IPs or sci-fi things, so I have to make something a little bit more original. And I can't just use any of my usual replica things. And there is also a few bonus conditions for this competition. So, one of the bonus condition is design a mechanical docking station for a small ship or drone-like vehicle that can receive a landing vehicle, automatically remove and replace a battery or module or container, and deploy the vehicle again so it can continue on its operations. Key focus: docking and swapping mechanism is core to this challenge. Emphasis on automation and reliability, and creative solutions using pistons, rotors and hinges is highly encouraged. So, on that note, the other day I was tinkering around with a mobile refinery, and in the days since, I have now also set up the basis of 2 other mobile platforms. So, I've got the mobile refinery that I was building the other day. It still needs a fair bit of work, but done a little bit of greebling and colouring on him to give him a bit more interesting things to look at. And then this big olive coloured beast here that I've made is a mobile power plant. So this guy, let me take my walking mode off. This guy's got a bit of a basic setup at the moment. He's got a little 4-berth cabin in here. We've got a way up to the top. I basically decided I'm going to use some like uniform kind of systems across these mechs to kind of make it a little bit easier to throw the ideas together and also keep a bit of visual aesthetic. So I've basically just copied and pasted the pilot seat setup from the refinery mech over here. So we can jump in the cockpit, it can swing itself around and get us into position, and this guy has got the same walking and turning controls as the refinery, and as you can see, he's also got 2 great big solar panels on him and a bunch of other solar panels lying beside of him. So my idea that I've kind of been expanding over the last couple of days is I want to try and sort of have like a life cycle. Oh, hello Aaron Saxton. Your work is inspiring, Mr. Drag Mechanic. Thank you very much, mate. So yeah, as I was saying, for my entry for this competition, I want to try and create a kind of mechanical life cycle sort of thing. At least that's the idea I've got. So, I've got this big beast, who still needs lots of work on the interior, but he has got 2 big solar arrays that just about don't smash into the scaff mounting. He's got a few little bonus ones on him. He does need more work on his interior, working out where everything's going to go, but if we turn on my torch, pop down here, I've also got a few hydrogen engines on him and a bunch of batteries, so he is basically just absorbing solar energy. We've also got the same lift system, but I've not set any of that up yet. So yeah, he is absorbing lots and lots of solar energy pretty much constantly, storing all up, and we've got all of these bays on here, and I've already set up a couple of them. We'll have a look at that mech in a minute. So yeah, I've set up these little battery drones to distribute power automatically. What's that on? 39%, that's not doing too bad. But yeah, I've basically made this little battery pack module out of large grid bits. And then we've got that directly connecting onto the bottom of a small grid drone, and then that itself can plug into the base. Let's see if your AI is going to work or whether it's going to be buggy again. So, the four's got too many L's in it. Which one I'm looking at? I need to put a control panel or access panel on the drone itself, I think. What drone am I looking at? Number 2. So, each of these drones has got a couple of event controllers on it that is managing the battery power of this large grid battery. And when it gets full, that's the wrong one, when it gets low, when the battery is emptied, it will then, yeah, we're looking at that battery pack, which is this big battery here. When that drops to basically 0, that will then set off a relay signal on the mech itself, which will then send a signal to the relay on the drone, and then that will launch the drone and send it back to base to recharge. So hopefully, if I take that, pump that up a bit, okay, you have not worked properly. You have not detached. Why have you not detached? Still working out a few kinks in this whole system. Low. When you get to there, you do relay signal 2, which sends a relay signal to the drone. Docking relay. Hang on, yeah, you are still attached. Yeah, you're still attached. Oh, what's going on with you? You were working fine yesterday. Battery controller low. Oh! There's still some confused groups in there, that's why. That's why. That is accidentally detached. The wrong one. Oh, right, yeah. It's because I've copied and pasted this drone a bunch of times. There's going to be a bunch of groups on here that are a little bit confused. So I might need to fix some of that. Anyway, we will detach you. And you will hopefully go off and do what you're supposed to do anyway. Or are you just going to come back in to land? I think you've engaged your... Oh, nope, nope, he's off. He's off somewhere. He's definitely going somewhere. Okay. Where are you going, Mr. Drone? You're getting yourself confused. AI... launch. What are you playing with? Dock base. Where have you gone? There you are. Right. Figured out where you're supposed to live now? Yeah, so the AI still got a few bugs in it, but that is just bugs in the basic game AI. I'm going to try and bug report them and get that fixed. Yeah, when he does want to behave properly, yeah, he will come all the way back here, he will land, he will then put that battery on recharge, full, and when that fills up to just before full, he will then send a docking signal to the other relay, which is the docking base relay, and that will then, in theory, launch him properly. Battery port number 1. Oh, right, that's why. I've forgotten to swap over one of the controls for that drone, so I need him to dock back up over there anyway, so I can fix that. That is why it detached him, and not him. Right. Okay, well at least I've gotten to the bottom of that mystery. So yeah, he will sit there, and then he will charge up, and when that battery is full, he will hopefully make his way back to the base. But these relative waypoints can be a little bit funny sometimes. See, this one here, docking reference, docking refinery, seems to have, oh no, it's just at the bottom of the list. Yeah, sometimes I've noticed the AI blocks can occasionally forget what they're assigned to, or they get a little bit confused over what they're assigned to, and you need to sort of manually flick back to the correct one, but hopefully that should be okay. So anyway, that is refinery mech, his power source. My idea is I'm debating whether or not to have any actual batteries or anything on the mechs, on whether or not to just rely on these little charging drones entirely. Yeah, that is refinery mech, that is power plant mech. This one is one I started tinkering with yesterday. My plan at the moment is he is going to be factory mech, so I'm going to cram him with a bunch of assemblers and stuff. And then I'm going to make a similar drone system to deliver ingots from refinery mech over to factory mech. Just deciding where I'm going to put that docking station, because I think it might have to be up the front, because directly under here is the elevator to get in, which also needs setting up properly. And there's not an awful lot of space there, although underneath, although there is this big lovely open space here, so still deciding what to do with that. Might be a way to cram it all in. But yeah, he needs lots more work. He's still not got much going on in here. Still got a big gaping hole at the front. And I haven't even started on the factory system in here, but that is today's plan. Is to start tinkering around with that guy. Getting that working. I just want to see if this drone wants to work nicely. What are you? You're number 3. If I drop number if I raise number 3. Right, you've launched correctly. You haven't accidentally launched your mate. Are you going to fly back to the correct location, or are you going to get confused like the other guy did? No, he seems to have got it first time. There we go. Sweet. Yeah, cool. There we go, and he'll just sit there and charge up, and then hopefully, when he has refilled, he will head back over there as well. What's that battery doing? 60%. That's not too bad. Cool. Right, so do we want to do now? I think I need to start figuring out internals for this guy. Because we've got... Oh. Oh. Hang on. I think I've got some more groups that need changing over also. Stored power 87%. Oh, that's oh, right, I see. There's still some groups I need to work out because, yeah, him departing turned off that battery. Damn it. Worked all those kinks out. Bum 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 bum. I'll think about that a bit. We'll see what happens when that battery drone comes back. For now, I need to do internals on this thing. So, again, we've got a cockpit, we've got an identical chair set up. This dude, I've spread him out a bit, I've separated his legs a little bit, spread them out slightly. The front legs are actually set a little bit wider than the back legs. Yeah, he walks all the same. And he's still got a gyro-controlled turning system as well. So obviously I've got the seat mounted on a subgrid, so I can't use gyros with the mouse. And I've set it up so that control seat pitches left and right, or turns left and right as you try and turn the mech as well. So, let's have a look at interior stuff. Got another 4-berth crew cabin in here. I might do more with this, it's mostly just catwalks at the minute. I might try and figure out a better use of that space. But yeah, so... I want this to be a mobile factory. Oh, yeah, right. That's some differences between the bits where I cut and paste it from the grid, so let's sort that out. That seam can just be full blocks all the way along. We're going to be coming down from here now. Could make a ladder all the way down, but what I have noticed is when you are on the ladder and you get down here, it's hard to jump off at the right spot where you don't end up falling down that hole. Oh, that's not too bad actually. Because I've done it a couple of times where I've not had my jetpack on and fallen all the way down, so I'm wondering, do I want one big straight ladder all the way down, or do I want to stagger it? Put something there. I might stagger it a little bit, just to make use of this space a little bit more. Right, where are my scaffolding bits? There they are. Oh yeah, I'll need to create an attachment point, won't I? Yeah, we'll do something like that for the moment. Where's the ladder? There it is. Oh, mirror mode's not helping. Let's have a look. Do that way, do that way. And down off that ladder. Yeah, we'll have them opposite ways round, why not? So, under there, I could just stick that to cover that up, so you don't fall through the hole. We could do that. Like that. Oh, that's not leaving me much space down there, is it? 1, 2, 3 blocks high, and it's right in the middle. Solving grouping problems is tedious, designing interiors is cathartic. I'm kind of the other way around. I hate designing interiors, I struggle with it so much. I get lost in all the programming stuff. But that can be quite boring to watch. Although I will have to fix some of it later. When those drones make their way back, I'll sort their groups out and figure out what I've smacked up, because you're turning that guy off when you're leaving, so I think, yeah, like I said, I've copied and pasted that drone a bunch of times, so there might be a bit of overlap in some of the groups when I've changed them. You know what, I might end up just having one big one all the way down, maybe. Or we could do something a bit more industrial looking. I've got these catwalks. I could just... Oh, no, that'd be pointless, because I just end up back on there again. I'll figure that out later. Let's lay out some assemblers and bits, because I want this to be like a mobile factory. So, what should we do? What should we do? How should we do it? Oh, it's good to see mirror mode works properly with those assemblers. Fantastic. Bum, 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 bum. Right, so I want modules on the back. Definitely want to be able to fit modules on the back. I'm not too fussed about having them on the bottom ones. Might end up rearranging all of this, but let's just throw some ideas together for now. So, let's say we put some speed modules on them to make them quicker. Then we can have a couple of power modules, reduce the power usage. And basically bang in the middle of that space. Ooh, actually, we might move that further back. Yeah, I'm going to move that a little bit further back. Might also take that hard edge out of there. Let's do that, and let's do that. And bum 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 bum. Yeah, because we need... Yeah, actually, let's move all this junk back a bit. Because I'm also going to need some kind of storage. The refinery has got a big old cargo container on it for storing all the ore, so might do something similar, although I'm never probably going to need that much storage for ingots. That does seem massively excessive. In fact, I might be able to create a little sorter system to organise ingots, possibly. Oh, decisions. Alright, so, you know what, let's... I need some of that. Where do I pipe it in from? I pipe it in from either one end or the other. That is a bit of a tight gap there. Okay, so I'll potentially run piping through the floor and replace a bunch of these blocks with reinforced conveyors. That's not a big problem. In fact, the ones on the floor, because I want to try and possibly keep this whole thing airtight. We're gonna have something like that. And what was the colour? Oh yeah, you know what? I'll just use this. No, I'll use that colour. Come here. There we go. Now it's going to need to feed into a conveyor system, into the storage, so I think I'll do something like that, because I'm planning to, like I said, I'm planning to put a cargo delivery drone somewhere. I've got all this lovely space back here. Oh. Hello. Right, so you made it home successfully. You are floating there like a divvy. What are you doing? What are you doing, battery drone number 3? What is your AI up to? Your movement block is on, your precision mode is on. You've definitely tried to engage a docking sequence. Docking, factory. Yeah, see, you've forgotten that you're supposed to be assigned to that. Don't know why that happens. Power plant's fine. Launch base. Yeah, power plant's fine. Factory. Factory. Launch factory. Factory. Dock factory. On. Play. Land, please. Thank you. In fact, while you're up there, have you got any groups that have the wrong name? No, they're all number 3s, so what was causing... You gonna land? Thank you. Low. What was Low doing? You're the one that disconnects stuff. Ah, but it sends it to the relay. Relay. Number 3, factory. Disconnect dock and port number 1. Disconnect dock and port number 2. Interesting. Dock and relay 1. Next action is dock and relay 2. Yeah, definitely set to the right thing. Yeah, so launching you is definitely detaching you. Or rather, it's turning your battery off. Oh, smeg. I see exactly why that's happening. Battery pack. Number 3, we've got one lingering group from when I copied and pasted the battery. That's why. Because yeah, this drone is a copy and paste of the other drone, so I just changed all the group names around and forgot to delete one. That would be why that was happening. Cool, right. Got to the bottom of that problem. And you, what are you doing? What are you doing, number 3? Being stupid again. Launch. Factory. Launch. Factory. Are you good? What are you doing? Or are you getting confused over where you're supposed to be docking? Yep, there we go. Yeah, there's a bit of a bug, it seems, with these AI recorder blocks, where they get a bit confused over what they're meant to be doing, and then just switching between the relative beacons seems to sort them out, but that is not intended gameplay. That is a really frustrating bug. Doesn't seem to affect all of them either. Anyway, right. Cool. Oh, hey, Aya. Just didn't see you there. I've been lost in my own little world. Oh, Stephen, hey, how you doing as well? Sorry, I've been trying to figure out that drone for the last 10 minutes. Hi, Dread, you've been rather busy, boyo. Awesome. We'll have to watch all the stream later when home from work. Yeah, man. Go for it. I mean, to be honest, depending on what time you're getting back, I might still be streaming when you get home. I'm going to be fiddling around with this for most of the evening. Right, are you going to come back and are you going to behave properly this time? Are you going to land correctly for us? Have you remembered where you live? Yeah, I think I need to slow them down in transit. Maybe 20 meters a second is a bit much because they seem to spend a few seconds trying to figure out how to get to their waypoint. And then they settle down. Actually, they might just need a little bit more thrust. Might even need the angles reducing because I think they're a little bit underpowered on their thrust, and they can also turn a little bit too much. So let's reduce his angles a bit. Let's make your roll even less. I need you to kind of stay flattish, to be honest. Are you gonna just keep pissing about? Come on, drone. You were working fine the other day. As soon as I do it live on stream, you start messing around. Come on. There you go. For some reason, if I manually switch between the beacons, you suddenly figure it out. Kind of. You getting there? What are you up to? AI blocks, they are a mystery sometimes. Sometimes they work real well, and sometimes they just smeg around. Dock, factory, stop. Just stop. Try you again. Oh, I see. I think the collision avoidance, the range on it's a bit too much. Collision avoidance is a mystery, that one. Right, okay. That's annoying, so I want to have the collision avoidance on when they're flying between the two locations. I might have to move his... Oh, smack. Got to turn his low power controller back down again. Hang on, there's more messages here. Oh, Streamlabs is working as well, apparently. Cool. What's that? You hate how that works with copying grids, so tedious to make them unique. Yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the arse, but it's why I try and keep the grids to a minimum. What are you doing? You're smegging about again. Is that collision detection really messing with you that much? Is it the collision detection? I turn that off when you settle down. Nope, you're still being a dumbass. You're supposed to be docking at the power plant divvy. Yep, there you go, you've worked it out. Yeah, some days it works fine. Some days it just gets itself so confused over where it's meant to be going. Right, you can sit there and charge for a minute and hopefully you make your way back properly this time. Let's give you another go. I'll see if I've got to turn that collision detection off. What's that? Collision avoidance is why I will always say that the AI is not reliable, sadly, in this game as much as I want it to be. I think they just need to turn down the range of the collision detection, because I've noticed with the drones it will detect the floor from like 100 meters up. It'll detect voxels from absolutely miles away, which is, I think, the problem I'm having here with this guy. He's being a bit of a tit. Oh no, collision avoid. Oh no, hang on. Oh, he's figured it out, he's figured it out, he's figured it out. But I do think the collision avoidance is causing some problems there. Right, there we go, he's back down again. But yeah, I think they need to just turn the range down, because I've noticed, or at least it seems like, the collision avoidance can detect voxels from much further away than it can detect blocks. And whatever collision field it's using, I think it just needs reducing a bit, make it a little bit more reliable. Right, anyway. Right, so... Now, you know what, I might have to move that another block further back, because I want to be able to get through that gap. Right. Let's take them out. Let's put them that part of the floor instead. It's the wrong one. That's also the wrong colour. Let's pop that there. Let's take them back out. Refineries and assemblers. So I have one there. I've got a bit of a gap, so I can squeeze in speed modules there and still get my engineer around the back of that. Cool, that's what I want. Bash another couple of speed modules. Oop, that's too many. In fact, I didn't even put that in the right place. What's that, Stephen? You had to turn speed right down on the last leg of its path with collision avoidance just to get it to work. Yeah, what I've noticed with the AI blocks, particularly with the recorders, is they will try and accelerate to their speed limit by like the middle, like the halfway point between the two waypoints, and then attempt to slow down again. But if they've not got enough thrust to slow down effectively, they won't calculate it properly and they will just overshoot. And then they'll go, oh crap, I've missed it. And then they'll overshoot again. And then they'll go, oh crap, I've missed it, and overshoot again. And it just becomes this loop of the drone trying to push too hard, overshooting, and then just missing every time. Which is, I think, might be an issue with these guys, because they've only got a few little thrusters. They absolutely cannot pick up that battery lying on their back. So, the answer to my problem might be trying to squeeze some more thrusters in there, but I don't want to really add more power consumption to them. They're already kind of at the limit, and they travel with that battery switched off in transit, because I don't want them stealing the power from that battery. Reducing the speed limit will probably help, because I've got them at the moment set to travel at 20 meters a second between the two locations. So I might actually reduce that. Which one was it? I think, in fact, I think it's all of these. Dun, 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 dun. No, that's the wrong one. That's... Oh, I know where it is. More power, more thrust. Yeah. Just, I want to keep these guys to the single 3x3 small grid battery if I can, because I quite like the design of these drones. I'm quite happy with them. They're pretty good when they stay flat. Where did I put the speed controls for these guys? Was it in the waypoints? No, that's the docking one. Oh, it'll be the launch, won't it? Launch. The speed changes anywhere, it's in that one. Set of actions. Ah, that's the one, right. Let's set that speed limit to 15 instead. Make it just a little bit slower. Doesn't necessarily need to move 20 meters a second. There we go. Set speed limit. We'll drop that to 15. We'll do that for all of them. Where are we? You're there. You're there. Speed limit 15. We'll see if that helps. I'm also going to reduce all of their movement angles as well, I think. So they can't roll around as much like idiots. What else we got? There we go. So, set speed limit 15. AI move blocks. Turning your roll down to 5. I'll let you pitch up a bit, but let's not have you rolling too much. See if that helps. Let's just go and quickly do the same with the refinery guys. How are you guys getting on? You're fully charged. You are... you're only at 42. That's fine. 1 bar of deceiving. AI launch. It's those blocks, isn't it? Set of actions. Yeah, right, we'll change all of these to 15. See if a little bit of reduction in that helps. I mean, it probably also doesn't help with that collision avoidance. I might just have to bite the bullet and turn that off, but I was hoping to have them not crash into each other mid-flight. or crash into anything else for that matter. But I think we're just too low down to the ground, and I think the collision avoidance is detecting the floor too much. What was I doing? Oh yeah, looking at these other stupid controls. What have we got? 15 set speed limit. You set of actions. Set speed limit to 15. Let's reduce all of your movement a little bit. So what was I going to say? I was going to turn that down to 5, wasn't I? So you're not rolling around in the air like an idiot quite as much. Right, that should be okay. So yeah, I want to try and get factory mech kind of set up today, at least a little bit. I've also had an idea to make an O2H2 generator mech. Similar idea, it's kind of why I put this advanced rotor on the back, because I was thinking, because he's got hydrogen engines on him as like backup power, I could have an O2H2 mech that gets deliveries of ice from the refinery, and then the O2H2 mech can then process it into gas and then distribute that to people who need it, like the power plant needing hydrogen for its engines. Or dropping off oxygen tanks to the other mechs and things for the cabin crew and things like that. And like little tanks of hydrogen so crew can refuel theirs. But I'll do that at some point once I've figured out this guy. Yeah, you're gonna need some lights down here eventually. Right, let's grab that colour again. Where was it? It was that one I wanted to use for the pipes. Oh yeah, I'm going to just put T-blocks there for now, because I'm not sure how I'm going to pipe it in yet. Oh yeah, right, so I may as well have a little think about that. Let's just spawn me up there instead. Ooh. Yeah, no. Right, so I want him to be able to take deliveries of processed ingots to turn into components. I'm thinking maybe another one of these drones, but carrying a modular cargo container. So to do that a similar way, I need an advanced rotor rather than a regular rotor. What's down here? Immediately down here is, oh, the gyro. No, I can't have anything getting in the way of that. Right, so we're not building that there. Oh, actually, we might just... we might just get rid of that for a moment anyway, don't need that. You know what, we might just have to build 2 docking bays and have 2 of these guys here. I'm not going to get it in the middle, the stuff's going to get in the way. Yeah, what if I put a hole there, is there anything in the way down here? No, that's right up by the wall. There's not immediately in the way there. The gyro's got plenty of room to breathe. Yeah, okay. Let's try that. So, could potentially have that as a little docking area there. Bum, 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 bum. Add a medium head. Now, that is sitting rather low in that gap. I don't think I'm going to get a modular container directly onto that rotor head, am I? Where are my boxes? There's my boxes. Oh, that does just about fit, but it's so very, very close. If we pump that up to its maximum, stick that on there. Well, it'd not be too bad actually. You know what, I do think it needs a little bit of something around that container though. It needs a little bit of protection in some way, shape or form. Oh god, they don't have any connection points on the sides, that's useless, isn't it? Ah, and they're one way. I really wish we had one of these, but with smegging connection points on the side of it. I can put that on there, but I'm not actually going to create any actual connection points. It just means that will be raised up slightly higher. Oh, how big it is. Even remotely in the middle. Is that the middle? That is the middle. Yeah, that's too big. That's way too big. Must be something cool we can do with these beams though to greeb it up a bit. Ooh, that will come out. Oh, hey Creator Capital. Hi, love the latest video, mate. Oh, do you mean my my Economy 2 update video? Thank you very much, mate. I've just upgraded my video editing setup. I've just swapped over to DaVinci Resolve because basically everybody recommended it. So I thought I'd test it out with that preview video, and it seemed to work quite well. I quite like it. It's quite a good little program. But yeah, I'm glad people have enjoyed it. Thank you for the compliment. I want to kind of keep this stuff symmetrical. Yeah, I was just using really cheap, nasty clip champ that just comes free with Windows, but that stupid app has been getting updated into the ground over the last couple of months, and it's just become completely unusable. Which is a shame, because it's got a few visual effects in it that I like that DaVinci Resolve doesn't have. Yeah, I thought I'd swap over to something a little bit more upmarket and a bit more professional, and seems to be working quite well. Although all the video templates I did have for making the content I've been making over the last year or so is all on Clipchamp, so I'm going to probably have to have a little bit of a revamp of all those templates, or just try and rebuild them in DaVinci. But I'll do that over the next week or two. Right, what am I looking for? Oh yeah, I know what I'm looking for. I am looking for... Where have you gone? There you are. There you go. Yeah, I'm enjoying using DaVinci. It's been working quite well. What did I want to do? You're going to be coming back and forth from here, so let's steal colour scheme from you. Colours. Let's take that colour from the Rust. Yeah, I'm enjoying using DaVinci. Like I said, it's pretty good. It's just some of the effects and things that you can do that work a little bit differently to what I've been playing with for the last year or so. Annoyingly, Clipchamp's got much better glitch effects than DaVinci has. But yeah, I'll just get used to using the new program. It's also one of the reasons I haven't really done much video content lately, is I've just been having problems with Clipchamp. It's just become unusable. Kind of why one of the reasons Alien Survival's a little bit behind schedule, because I am going to have to basically rethink how I edit those episodes entirely, because I'm using very different software. Right, so what do we want to do with this guy? We want to do that. And take those colours from there. What else have we got here? Let's take a bit of that military grey colour. We'll have that all the scaffolding. As a connection point, we're going to need one of them on the top for the drone to attach to. I've got a drone over there on the floor. Copy and paste from in a bit. Yeah, so that could do some of that. Oh yeah, was about what that was, wasn't it? I shouldn't take that colour. You know what, now, leave with that colour. We'll have one of them either end. It's like a little bit of manual access into the containers. How could we greeble them? Big old beam blocks, I think. Yeah, I think we might do something. Something like that, maybe. Oh, bit of mirror mode would probably help as well. Oh, that's going to be tight in there, isn't it? It's not too bad. It might not scrub. If it does, we can just make some more adjustments. Ooh, we did a barrel roll off the side of the ship. Where are the little tiny scaff blocks? I want to try and get some of them in there. Can you just switch? Why got the wrong thing selected? Yeah, switch to the tiny scaff blocks, please. Yeah, I'm not trying to build the catwalk one, you... Right, thank you. There we go. So how confident... I don't really care about winning the competition. I just saw it as an interesting challenge to try out some ideas. I don't think it's even more of that kind of competition. I think it's more like the top 5 entries win a Steam voucher or something like that. I just do it more for the fun, really. Particularly when it's a competition that's literally like my exact kind of thing. If it was just a build a spaceship competition, I wouldn't even think about it. I wouldn't care less, because that's not really my thing, but seeing as the competition is specifically build a cool mechanical thing and make a video of it, and that's like what my entire channel's about, it's like, well, yeah, I may as well have a go. Even if just to get a little bit of content out of it. If I win anything, yeah, cool. But yeah, mostly in it just for the interesting challenge. I saw the announcement on Steam, and then some ideas started flowing, and then a concept kind of appeared out of it. What's that? I think your biggest competition would be Apologies or Engineered. Yeah, definitely those two. Particularly Apologies, like, the stuff he does, I just don't even know where he begins with it. It is so complex and so crazy. I've had a chat with Apologies a few times. He's a cool guy, but I just don't even know where he starts with those builds. I hope he's doing something for it. I hope he throws an entry in there as well. Yeah, I don't even know how he even begins to figure out half the mad nonsense that he does. It's ridiculous. You know what? We'll just go with that for now. That's the sort of basic kind of shape that it's going to end up being. It's basically going to be a modular cargo container wrapped in a layer of something. What that something is can be greebled until I go mad, so I think I'll leave that at that for now. I want to have a look and see how this drone is going to sit on top of him. Let's copy you. I definitely need to put an access panel on these drones somewhere of some description, because there's no way into them when they're powered off. Now it also doesn't help when I have no power. Control seat for me to sit in for a minute. Yeah, let's go in there. Oh, I forgot about the stupid audio bug. It's so loud. Even in the beds, it's so loud. There we go, that's nicer. Yeah, so I'll just sit here and recharge a little bit for a minute. Maybe take a little stroll whilst we recharge. Yeah, there we go. Fully charged again. Wicked. Yeah, I really hope that audio bug gets fixed. It's doing my head in. What was I doing? I was tinkering with drone. What's that? That walk cycle is so satisfying. Thank you very much, Aya. Yeah, I've been tweaking and readjusting things. I think I've got sweeping leg cycles pretty much down now. A lot of it is just making little fine tweaks in how quick different sections of the legs move and how much range of movement they've got. Because if you make them lift too high, then they take too long to get up and down, which then means you have to make them move faster, and yeah, it's a weird little balance. Right, I need to figure out a place to put some kind of access panel, because I do need to be able to get into you things occasionally. What would it look like if I took that panel out? Just bung the programmable block up there. Doesn't look that stupid. Or would it be better trying to hide, tuck one of them away at the back instead, where it's a little bit more discreet? Not. Yeah, I think I might put it on the back instead, actually. So we can keep that all nicely covered up. And then just have a little bit of access into the back of it. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff we need to rename in there eventually, but oh, in fact, actually, let's do that now. Right, so you're not going to be yeah, you're not going to be a power drone. What are you going to be? You're going to be a cargo drone, so let's call you Sea Drone. Yeah, so let's quickly redo these groups, because it's going to pretty much all have the same kind of delivery systems. Yeah, so we'll call you Sea Drone for cargo drone. Just quickly. Oop. Oh, in fact, I don't want that on anyway. Yeah, that's fine. Launch base. Dock. I think I've done that one already, haven't I? Yeah, I've done that one already. Yeah, so if I just make a new version, leave that off for a second, of all these groups, then I can just swap them over in their appropriate places later on. What's that? Creator Capital, real engineering inspired challenge. Yeah, that's kind of the angle I took with it. Well, one of the bonus conditions is solve real problems, and real problems is these guys all need power and they all need stuff, so I'm going to make delivery systems for them all. What have we got to? Control systems. Dock base. Dock relay. I think that's what I've done, isn't it? Yeah. Make a group for the gyros. All for searchlights. One for thrusters. Right, that should be all the groups, I think. Yeah, thrusters. Cool, right, I'll just quickly rename these blocks as well, so it doesn't get too confusing. We'll see if this guy sits nicely. That is gonna have to change. That is gonna end up changing to cargo filled. Go. But we'll actually turn those off for now, because we haven't got a cargo system to really play with yet. Ah, Max TV. Thank you for the follow. Oi oi! Ah, thank you. First time chat on Twitch. How you doing, mate? I'm glad to see Streamlabs is working today. I went and checked it after last stream, and it seemed that it just decided to switch everything off. Yeah, it just turned all the chatbots off for some reason over on the Streamlabs page. So when I logged back in to try and figure out what was going on, it was literally Streamlabs had just gone, nah, you don't want this switched on, the thing that you're using. We will just turn it off for you. Not sure why, but literally just turning the chatbots back on again seems to have brought all the Streamlabs stuff back. So, again, Streamlabs messing around for no reason. Doing what it does best. That's the point. Spell it be better. Do my things work? Nope, Streamlabs doesn't seem. Oh, I was doing it with the wrong images. Okay, whatever, Streamlabs. You're doing one of them again. You're half working again. Swear to God, man. Every time I try and set that thing up. Right, we'll call this an access terminal. So the follow graphics are working, but the redemptions aren't. Typical Streamlabs. Right, we'll call that an access terminal. I'll leave all the P-drone systems in there for the moment, because it's easier to swap all that over. Later on, battery. On your pop. Oh, hello, Mr. Penisberg. How are you doing? Right, that is on. Oh, there is some AI blocks on here somewhere. Is it the move block? Yes, it is. Cool. Right, you are working. Let's just ride you over there. I also need to change your name. You can be Cargo Drone 1. Ride him like a surfboard. Like the Green Goblin in Spider-Man. Except I'm not nearly as cool as Willem Dafoe. Right, so you can, in theory, where's your rotor? Docking rotor. Attach. Oop, that just yeeted me over there. Cool, that was fun. Right, and if I detach that, what's debatable? Whether Willem Dafoe is cooler than me? Nah, he's way cooler than me, man. Willem Dafoe's a legend. Right. You can have a little container like that. Although I am going to have to do more jiggery pokery with event controllers on the main mech to turn those thrusters on and off because of the way it's oriented. The drone itself can't detect when that rotor's connected, so we'll have to get something else to turn the thrusters off. But right, so that can deliver stuff to there. Let me just get myself. What's that? SE's version of Willem Dafoe. I suppose so. Oh, sorry, on the Max, I didn't see your other message there. First time I've seen you live. Thoroughly enjoy your work in SE. Technomancy at its finest. Thank you very much, mates. I've never had anyone refer to my content as technomancy, but I quite like that. Yeah, thanks for following, man. Thanks for watching. I'm glad you managed to catch me live for a change. Right, so I've got this guy. You are... Oh, let's pitch that camera around a bit and set it to follow mode instead, because that makes it a bit easier. There we go. So you are going to deliver stuff from the refinery, Mac. Yeah. How far up should we set you down? What's the space like underneath? Underneath we've got bloody loads of room to do pretty much whatever we want with. It's an excessive amount of space actually. I think we've got that much room down here. Don't really know what to do with all that space because we've already got a refinery back there. Well, let's just cut some holes in it and see what happens. So let's line up this first one with that there. So if I pop a hole in there, and grab that colour. What's that? Oh, Ungamax. Have I done much in SE2 yet? I've done bits and pieces. I haven't done much mechanical in SE2 yet, because the only thing that's really properly functional at the moment is pistons. Rotors can only really spin at the moment. They can't do an awful lot more. But the VS 2.3 update is set to introduce hinges as well, from what the roadmap says. So I'm hoping by the time we get to that point, the rotors will be more functional. Because yeah, they badly need to have rotor limits to make them usable in any sort of realistic way. Yeah, and wheels. A lot of people want wheels as well. But yeah, I'll do more mechanical stuff in SE2 when the mechanical stuff kind of catches up a bit. At the moment I can build lifts and things, but that's about all I can really do. What's that, Mr. Penisberg? You need weapons before you can get into it. Yeah, it's got some basic ones at the minute, but again, it's an alpha game. That's the wrong kind of rotor. It's an alpha game, so it's not even remotely close to being a proper game yet, really. So SE2 is kind of one of those things that I'm sort of keeping a close eye on, but I'm not getting too excited about it or hyped up about it yet, because it's still very much in the developmental stage. We're taking some stuff from SE1 and reworking it and trying out new things and trying out some totally new stuff from scratch. So yeah, when it's a bit more of a proper game where all the basic bits that I need work, I'll do more with it. And again, even if the rotors and things worked properly, I haven't got timers or remote control blocks or event controllers or AI blocks or anything to do all of this nonsense that I'm doing here, so I'm still kind of waiting on more blocks getting added to SE2 before I can really do anything serious with it. So, you could theoretically sit about there. That wouldn't be too bad. And if... No, it's because I'm still in the drone, that's why. And if you had a mate sitting there, you would have a reasonable amount of clearance between the two of you. That's not too bad then. Yeah, we could do something like that. Then again, we've got all of that space down in the body. How many of these wide are you? Typical, just slightly longer. No, that'd do no good that way around. Nah, round. How many of these wide are you? It'd have to be 3. Damn it, it would be really tight fit without just making the whole top of that hangar door. Eh, could do that. Could do something daft, because otherwise there's just going to be drones sitting around everywhere, although I'm not going to have the room to do a similar thing over there. Yeah. You know, let's have a look at it. Let's see what it's like. Let's chop you out. Let's move you out the way. In fact, let's put you down on the floor. And put you back, turn your battery off, because that's not gonna last forever. Ba-bum-ba-bum-bum-bum. Where are we? Ah, yeah, that would be an issue though. I'd have to cover up the side of that. Although I could put armor across there. Potentially. Yeah, let's see what it's like. Because that's all just blocks at the moment anyway. So that would have to be another... Ooh, hang on, what's under there? Ah, that gyro. Really close to that. That might break the airtight seal. Ooh, or actually, that might be okay. Yeah, we might actually be able to get away with that, potentially. But those doors look crap. Where are the cool looking ones? That's directly above the lift. Ooh, actually, maybe move it or the block the other back. We can get away with that. We could put that across there. Where are we? What are we looking at? That way. That way. Oh, damn mirror mode. Never mirrors things properly. Well, some things it does, some things it doesn't. Where's the windowed one? There it is. I loaded them in. Right, then we've got a not very airtight gap down the side. What's that? The caravan? I didn't see what that name was then. That was all very long. The caravan hit it. Thank you for subscribing. Hoping I'm not butchering that name. Right. Armor panels then, maybe. Right. Line the side of that armor. By putting mirror mode on. We're doing it on both sides. If I did that, I could potentially store all the drones. Oh, I'm only going to have 2 cargo drones, I think. But I could store them down here, rather than having dozens of them cluttering up the main deck. Because the power plant mech, that's already going to potentially be a bit cluttered with all kinds of battery drones coming back and forth from it, depending how regularly they actually move. But we've got all this space here that is essentially doing nothing. I've set up the beginnings of the control seats for each of the drilling arms, but I've not done much more than that yet. I've set the arms up with the basic controls, but there's more stuff I need to do with that. Yeah. The control panel. Where's my buttons? Let's just stick. One panel. Control panel, that's the one. Let's just stick one of them there for a minute. Nope. Right, that is all of them. MREF, mobile refinery, call them docking bay door for now. We can have all of them open up. Annoyingly, it always leads to a even number gap. Drone. There we go. Well, that is plenty of space for you to get in and out of. Smag. Got about the inside wall. It's not as wide as it. Crap. You might be. Yeah, you're gonna be too big. You know what, we might just have the one cargo drone then. Because he only needs to take ingots back and forth. Or did I did one in mining ice as well. Delivering ice to the O2H2 one. I need a separate drone. What are you like widthways? Not too bad. I could potentially set you on a rotor here. Would you be overlapping in the middle if I did something like that? Yeah, because I can't really bulk the side of that out without completely redoing the legs, and I'm not doing that. If I put that there instead. Yeah, I know you're gonna fall over. Let's turn your power on. What are we doing? There we go. Right, how well do you fit in there? Or am I just gonna have to bin off this entire idea? Cargo drone. Let's get in a more convenient place. Where are we? Right, so you're back. We'll just attach that. You're sitting there like that. That's not much of a problem. Then if we had another one. Oh, you're gonna... damn. Yeah, because of the width of it, you're going to clip either side because you're not in the middle. I would have to do some shenanigans to get you in the middle, and that might end up not leaving you with enough space. Ah, damn it, this idea is just not going to work. That's going to be real close. You're going to be able to burn each other's faces off if I'm not careful. Crap. Alright. That's not going to work the way I wanted it to. Yeah, there's not space in there for that idea. Because where he is, he will... I mean, that wing just about clips through that, but that's still no good. have to do some absolute shenanigans with a hinge, and a rotor to get that anywhere close. Or... yeah, no. That'd be too much smegging about to do that. Lame. I don't want to use that space inside, though. Well, maybe we just have the one cargo drone for this for now. Maybe just have this guy handling oars and things. Because yeah, I'm only going to fit one drone in that cap. Comfortably, anyway. Oop, pressing all the wrong buttons. Because I'm on a weird angle. What connectors maybe? Yeah, the thing I don't like about connectors a lot of the time is, well, for a start, these ones are still buggy and do not connect properly half the time, and don't register each other. The inset ones, as cool as they look, are still buggy and still broken, and just don't connect half the time. Whereas they have the benefits of being able to detect each other through event controls and things. Whereas using advanced rotor heads, you can physically lock it into a very specific place. And you don't have to rely on mag locks and that kind of shenanigans. I could do connectors, I suppose. What's that space like there? Crap, yeah, I'd only get one block down before I wouldn't be able to change anything there. Yeah, I'm just not going to be able to comfortably squeeze two of these guys in there. That's annoying. Only the blast doors were slightly longer. What do the gates look like, actually? How big are these dudes compared to a gate? It would, again, be... no, it'd be too tight to do it that way. Might fit that way, but then again it'd also be, oh yeah, I wouldn't be able to get two of them side by side to create two doors. I'd still have the same problem. Oh yeah, and that's too wide, I wouldn't be able to get that in the centre, it would be offset, so it's going to have to be hanger doors. Oh hey Space Guy Falcon, you love this mic. Thank you very much, man. Yeah, it's just one of many at the moment. To be honest, I need to get rid of those two eventually to save on air. On the sim speed. That was not a window. That was the window. That was a window. that way, that way, that way, and that way. There you are, opening. Just forget to take ages. There must be a way I can comfortably get 2 of these guys in here. I want that second drone. I can get you down that low. What if I move you out of the way and do something really stupid? Let's have a hinge. Let's have... medium head. Let's set you to 45 degrees. This is gonna end up being way too high. Damn. Yeah, it's gonna be way too high up. Copy all. Copy. Paste. Dum 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 dum. Right way around? Right way around. Take that off the share and measure tensor. Hinge lock. Hinge lock. This is probably not going to like those thrusters on the cargo drone. And it is almost certainly going to be too damn high. Yeah, it's too high. Okay. Even stupider idea. Oh, hinge locks on. Divvy, that's why. Make the top limit. Hinge lock off. To do Ongamax. Oh, hey, hello, you're over on YouTube now, are you? Ah, sound. Life's too small, grid contraption on the floor to make for very specific placements. Yeah, that is pretty much the idea. Obviously, we've got a height versus width issue, so maybe like the same way that my lift compacts up with little double hinge joint to give it that little bit of extra clearance up here and that little bit of extra distance down there. We might have to do something equally as stupid over here. So if I have them both set to 90 and 45, when those doors open, it can raise that up to that position. Let's get in the drone. Yeah. I knew the thrusters are gonna kick off. Hang on. Binary thrusters. Sea drone off. Thank you. Right, so for a start, that could do with being on. That could do with being on. That could do with being set to 0. I don't know, you know what, in fact. This might just fall over. course you are. Hang on. Bloody rotors always want to turn clockwise. They do not like doing counterclockwise things. Come on. Thank you. Right, we are now still the wrong way around. Right, just going to take that block out for a second. Thank you. There you go. That is still... That is a jiggly... Oh, I don't know why it's a jiggly mess, because it's got stuff pushing. Let's take velocities out. That should settle down. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a lot of subgrids just to make this connection. That is not enough. Oh, what's that on the mark? Rather than having contraption there, I would have it further down, pointing backwards. The contraption could be smaller than that double stack. Further down and pointing backwards. Not quite sure what you mean by that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll give it 1,000,000 for now. So could, in theory, have them both balled up together. Oh, they definitely need more than 1,000,000. More. Yeah, and then it becomes a jiggly, horrible, hideous mess because of the velocities and things pushing. Also things slightly clipping. Even then, it is still only barely just about gonna fit in here. Bring that all the way down to 0. That door can just about close over the top of him. Yeah, that's not too bad, but I'm not liking how much of a jiggly mess he is. I might end up just scrapping this whole idea. And just having the one guy in the middle. Although sitting there like that, you do have the distance from there. That's so annoying. That is really high up. What is it like with that guy docked up there when I move around? Is it going to be a hideous clangy mess? Okay, that's not actually too bad. When I'm walking about, let's get a better view in spectator mode. okay, it's not actually that bad or that jiggly. Hinges, hinges, hinges. Where are those two hinges? What's that hinge? Oh, that's the computer hinge. Let's just name that quickly, get it out of the way. MRF, drill, arm, computer, hinge. Right, so that's those two. Oop, that's a bit quick. Yeah, that gap's not too bad, but... yeah, okay, actually, that isn't as clangy as I was expecting it to be. Moving around like that. To be honest, we will be stopping when we deploy the drones anyway, because trying to move with them, they will just get confused and crash into stuff. Yeah, if we do that, that can actually lift him up a bit. That puts him more in the centre. Actually looks like he's closer to that side of that angle. How is that? Oh, yeah, slight difference in distance, that's why. Oh yeah, because that's slightly shorter. It'd probably actually be more like 50 rather than 45 to have him in the centre. Oh, that's clanging. Oh, you know what, that could actually be possibly reduced a little bit more. We'll split the difference, we'll call it 2.5. Oop, that's 25, that is far too much. 2, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. 2, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, that is too much. Da, 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 da. Well, you know what, 2.5 million, that's not too bad actually. Yeah, because a lot of the time, a lot of the jiggle you get in subgrids is caused by having far too much torque or far too much velocity pushing. Am I playing on console? No, I'm playing on my PC. I used to play on Xbox years ago, that's how I first got into Space Engineers. I think it was either when it came to Game Pass or when it first arrived on Xbox, I can't remember, but it was a good few years ago now. And at the same time I was playing a lot of Elite Dangerous on the Xbox as well. And then obviously there was the whole consoles getting ditched controversy with Elite Dangerous because of the Odyssey expansion and all that, so I bit the bullet and I saved up for a gaming PC. And this is vanilla. I use a mod for large to small block. Yes, this is the only mods that are in here is build vision, so I can see things easier, and my jetpack colours mod, so I can have my purple flames. But one of the stipulations of the Masters of Motion competition is no mods. So I'm not using any mods in the build. I'm not allowed to. So vanilla all the way. And because I spent so bloody long playing on the Xbox, I've never really been too reliant on scripts. I get why other people use them, but I don't really bother with the script. I always had to work out mechanical in-game ways around using that from being on consoles, and I've kind of stuck to that. Even after moving to PC, I still like to try and figure out an in-game way of doing it without having to rely on reprogramming the game. Okay, that isn't as crap as I thought it was going to be. I think we might be able to get away with that idea. So, we could have them both locked down like that to bring him back into the centre a bit more, because he's now only, to be honest, he's about the same height he would have been if he was just mounted on a rotor, maybe a tiny bit higher. And technically I could actually get rid of that conveyor piece. I need the one on the bottom for the clearance, but I could technically get rid of that one. And give myself a little bit more room to play with if we need it, so yeah. Oh yeah, and that can do that, and then doors. They can close over. Oh, half of them didn't do a damn thing. What happened there? What? Oh, because I've named half of the docking door, didn't I? That'll be why. Docking door. Let's take that name. Stick it on the hangar doors. And we can grab all of them and actually get them all closed. There we go. Yeah, to be honest, that is plenty of clearance as it is. That shouldn't be too bad at all. However, I do not really like this lip here. That looks a bit crap. What can I do with that? Oh, I know what I can do. Let's try putting mirror mode back on. That'd be helpful. You can go across like that a little bit. A bit more breathing room at the docking bay. Yeah, I like that a little bit better. Quick question: are we still airtight? We were airtight the other day. Yep. That's not. Yep, that is airtight. Cool. Okay, and then if I open up the docking bay doors, that will depressurize it, I'm guessing. Opened. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're pressurized all the way up to there. That's not too bad. Still trying to figure out a way to separate the bottom of the ship from the top half and try and pressurize that a little bit, but as long as the whole thing is pressurized at the moment, that's pretty good. Oh, crap. Right, I know all that works, but I've not actually put that on any sort of conveyor connector that can be piped into the system. Oh, just copy that. Oh yeah. You need to turn your thrusters back on, don't I? Oh, and he's going over. He's going over. Oh well. get you out of there for a second. Right, okay, that idea might kind of work. You just sit up there for a second. You can all get deleted. Then we need to pipe into the floor here for the hinge. What have we got? I want to keep it pressurized. Let's take you out. Let's swap you. One of them. Let's swap you for a conveyor junction. And then we're going to greeble at the bottom of this anyway and cover up all of that nonsense, so that's fine. To be honest, that can come off because I've got a different idea for how I'm going to greeble the bottom of the station, or the bottom of the mech. Right, okay, let's rebuild that hinge setup. What's that, Mr. Petersburg? You see people using scripts for stuff you could do in game. Oh, and also how's it looking on the outside? Yeah, the outside's not looking too bad, I don't think. It's all still pressure. Oh, shit. Oop, don't usually swear on stream. That's not gonna smagging work, is it? Right, so we're gonna have to at least have that there, like so, which is disappointing, but it is what it is. Find some way of greebling it and making it not look crap. Yeah, thank you for asking how it looked on the outside. I probably wouldn't have realised that for a while, and then been very annoyed later on. Right, so, mirror mode doesn't work properly with hinges. Smeg off. That can be that. That can be that. That can come out. Medium head. Medium. Weld that up, weld that up. And we should adopt the colour of the thing you're attached to, so I don't have to manually change the colour scheme. Paint, paste, paint. Let's reverse that. So this is going to be mobile refinery. Cargo docking port. 1. 2. Hinge 1. In fact, no, we're going to have to go further with that name. We're going to have to call it L01 because we're going to have 2 on the left and right hand sides. So that, and then where around is that? You're facing that way, so you need to face that way. Copy, paste. Right. Copy all. Copy, paste. Docking hinge L02. Copy, paste. R01. Copy, paste, R02. Oh, we've just gone past 2 hours as well. It's time for me to get a fresh cup of tea. Dock and rotor there. A rotor on there. That can come off. That can come off. And I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea. How much battery power have you got? Not nearly enough. Let's just set you down there for a minute. I can't sprint because I'm hungry. Right, I am gonna sit there for a second. Where are we? We are here. I'll leave you all with a view of these mechs. Ooh, my spacebar is still a bit wonky. Definitely need to get a new keyboard. Yeah, I will leave you all with a view of those mechs for a minute while I go and grab a quick cup of tea and have a little bio break. And I'll be back in a few minutes and we'll carry on with this nonsense, so don't go anywhere. Right, I am back again. Cool. Right. Oh, did I get another follower whilst I was away? Peter Rolder? Can't quite see the writing's tiny on my laptop. Thank you for following. Right, what were we doing? We were working out a cargo delivery drone. That's what we were doing. Oh, and you fell down there, did you? Well done. Well done to you. Right, so you need to have shear inertia tensor on. You need to have 0 limits to lock the thing in place. Let's... everything else had 2.5 million. So let's call you the same for now. 2, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, you can be ref cargo docking port is what I'm going to call you, because we're going to pretend this rotor is a docking port. 0, 1. We're only going to have 1 of each, so we'll call that that. Ooh, cup 2's a bit hot, need to let that cool down a bit. Okie dokie. Right, that's that. That's that. That's that. I think that's all good. Let's get you back up here where we can see you. Oh, yeah, turn your power off. That's why. Oh, in fact, we just need to flip your battery back on there now. There we go. Wonderful. Where are we? We are there. Cool. Okay. Right, I'm going to keep the same kind of convention that I did with the battery pack, so I'm going to call that Mobile Refinery. Cargo Container 01. Just call it that for now. Stick that in there too. Oh, it'll help if I put spaces in there. That space bar is definitely on its way out. There we go. That can be working again now. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Right, so I need you to dock up to that nonsense. Cargo drone. So we need to do some AI stuff. We can hopefully keep a kind of similar set of programming. To how we did it with the battery drones. Right, so what we're looking at, I want you to dock at the base. Gonna have to basically delete everything in there and start again, aren't I? Let's turn that on, let's show it on HUD, and let's show AI functions. AI dock base. Dum da dum da dum da dum da dum. Oh, right, that's why. Let's sell that to refinery instead. Because you're going to travel between the refinery and the factory. Where is that signal? I turn on AI functions? I did turn on AI functions. Why you... No, show me. Why are you not showing me stuff on the hood? I'm gonna cut and paste it for a second. Nope, definitely not showing me anything. Block. You need to be on to display that kind of stuff. Nope. Why are you not showing me the signal? Is it because it's oriented weird? It's not appeared in the floor. Oh, there we go. That's why. Because it's assigned to a different thing, it's appearing all the way down there. Yeah, we need to delete all that nonsense then. Right, so... Cargo drone... Docking at the base. We got... Oh yeah, we had 3 points, didn't we? I want to keep the same controls, I think. What have we got in there? That sets up everything for it to dock. And then the last one sends a signal to connect it. So yeah, we want to keep that. Right, okay. Let's think about this. I need you. I need you down in the depths. Let's get my spectator camera looking at you and following you because it makes it easier. Bring you down here. Get you nice and in line with that rotor where you're actually going to land. Let's get you level. Yeah, so you are going to end up landing in around there. Let's try and see if I can squeeze you forward a little bit more. Like that. Maybe a tad more on the bottom. Oop, a little bit too much. Yeah, that'll do, I think. Yeah, that's alright, that's close enough. Right, so then the next thing to do is docking base. That one. We need to, for the sake of making this easier to figure out, reverse that back. I find it easier when setting up drone docking routines is to start, well, to basically do it in reverse. Start at the point where you're docking, make a waypoint for that, back off a little bit, make a waypoint for that, back off even further, and then reverse all of those waypoints. So we'll have this beacon set to the refinery that's on the back of the beacon over there. We will add a waypoint there. It's got a bit of a messy route at the moment. We're going to clean that up in a minute. Right, then from there we can lie up a little bit. Let's say to about there, come back a wee bit. How's that looking? That's not too bad, that should be alright. So we'll go to docking base again. We will add another waypoint. There we go. And then for the last one, we will fly back a little bit further. And then right up in the air, so we are clear of that radar tower, so that we hopefully don't crash into the thing when we're coming into land. We'll do something about there. We're 60 meters up. Don't really want to go much higher than that. Dock. Where are you? Dock base. One more relay. Waypoint. So 4, 5, and 6. So, what are you doing? You are sending that relay signal when you get there. So, oh, in fact, I need to... Actually, no, it's fine. Relay, sea drone, docking base. You will send a signal to the base, which will engage the dock and clamp. Then the other one is, I think, collision off, precision on, 5 meters a second. Yeah, that's the one. Done this about 5 or 6 times now. The pattern is starting to sink in. So move, sea drone, collision avoidance off, although I might have to turn that off sooner because it seems to be causing problems. Collision off, precision on, set the speed limit to 5 so it slows down quite a bit. And then over here, we're gonna have, what's it? Decrease minimum altitude, so I've got a little bit of an altitude change in there, so it hopefully stays away from the floor when it's in transit, but we obviously need to reduce that when we come back in. So that should be that. I need to make a note of what relay signals I've used so far. I think we were up to... Oh, in fact, I know how I can check. Stephen Harding, did you miss much? No, not at all, really. Just trying to set up one of these cargo drones now so that he can dock on his own. But I'm gonna have to make a note of all the relay signals I'm using, because I've used quite a few now. 1, 2, oh yeah, they're all odd numbers and all the even numbers, so I'm up to 8. One, 2, 3, 4. I'm using 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. That'll be 16. That'll be 24. In theory. I am going to make a quick note of that. We need a screen somewhere, even if it's only temporary. And what's the colour? That's the colour. Right, I'm just going to box a screen here for a second with some relay numbers on it. I'm just going to call it relay numbers for the minute. What am I looking for? Content, text and images. I'm just going to make it the colour I use though. Drone 1 is using signals 1 and 1 equals 2. 1 and 2. Drone 2 is using 3 and 4. Right. Key drone. Key drone for power drone. You're using 5 and 6. Or P-drone 3. And P-drone number 4 is using 7 and 8. Probably going to get a lot more, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 24. Because I'm potentially going to have quite a few of these doing things, so we'll write off 1 through 24. They can just be all the battery drones. You know what, I'll just start the cargo drones off at signal 30, so then we've got a little bit of wiggle room with the power drones as well. So, C drone, you can be, actually you can be 31, 32. Yeah, we'll do that. At least I've got a note of it somewhere. Let's go back over here then. Spawn myself back again. What's that, Mr. Penisberg? You'd write down the whole walk cycle in your phone. I did used to do stuff like that, but I have been doing the walk cycle stuff so long now that it's most of it is pretty much just in the back of my head all the time now. At least like the basic setups are. I've got a pretty standardised way of building the little computers that I use for them. Okay, right, so you, where are we up to? Cargo drone, you and your relays, I need to change them so they don't start interfering with stuff. So you're going to be 31, and you're going to be 32. You're going to... just call it power plant. You know, we'll leave that as base. And we will set that, and we'll call that factory, because that's where it's going to deliver this one to. So let's in fact change that group and get rid of the refinery one. Now if we reset those relays, even if it triggers those groups. Actually, it might still cause conflict, but whatever. Right. Stop rambling to myself and figure out what I'm doing next. Right, control drone. You're docking stuff. Docking at the base. Where are we? That one. So we've got that, we've got that, we've got that. So in theory, I can now delete these first 3 waypoints, which should, in theory, just leave us with the new with the 3 new waypoints. Cool. Right, dock. In fact, AI. I turn your AI behavior on. Oh, you're already doing stuff. Okay, not quite sure what you're doing or where you're going, but... Yep, good to see that you're paying attention. Right. What are you doing, you stupid drone? Where have you gone? Right. Do you fancy just behaving yourself? Oh, idiot. I know what I've done. Bum 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 bum. Docking base. I need to reverse that order back again. Come here. So that he flies up into the air first. There we go. He was trying to fly through the ship. Right, so he should align with that, and then he should come down nice and steady, hopefully. That's fairly steady. And then he'll do the last little bit. And he should just be close enough to send a signal and attach to that, but it'll be alright, because when we actually get him to attach, he'll turn the thrusters off. Hopefully, we won't get that nonsense happening. What's your battery like? It is dying. Right, let's put you back over here again. Switch your battery off again. You can just have a little nap on your side like that. Right. What do I need to do next? I might need to try and figure out a way of supporting that better, but what I actually need to do next is I need to build docking port connections for that thing. I need to build some more relays. Yeah. Damn. Forgot about that. New question. Difference between using connectors versus advanced rotors. Sorry, just curious. The only real difference is how we want it to lock down. Because one of the bonus conditions of this competition is creative solutions using rotors, pistons, and hinges to create a docking system. I mean, the wording's ambiguous. It probably doesn't mean you specifically have to use a rotor for the docking connection, but it does mean I can get these drones fixed into a very, very nice straight line, rather than if they were using a docking connector, they would float in, and then depending on whatever weird angle they're at, when they triggered the connector, they might connect at a stupid angle, and yeah. Whereas doing it this way, I can get them to lock down nice and uniform. It's also just a different way of doing it. Because, for instance, the batteries, they're just using regular rotors because there's no transfer of cargo, just power. Whereas for this cargo system, I'm using advanced rotor heads because they can transfer components. Yeah, so what do I need to do next? Now I need to expand this computer. I need... Where am I going to put it? I might... I don't know if I want to shove anything up there. I don't want to come down too low and get in the way of those thrusters. So, I need... What do I actually need? Oh, I've got a spare event controller there. I could just use that. Yeah, I think I'll use that. So, yeah, we'll use that. So we've got event controllers looking at the rotors that are acting as the docking ports. So this will be cargo port 01 rather than battery port 01. May as well do the same for that side, because we are going to eventually have two cargo drones on here, one delivering ingots to the factory, one potentially delivering ice to a gas processing mech that I'm going to make, or planning to make anyway. But for now, we're just going to try and get this factory setup working. But it didn't occur to me at the time that I wanted to do it like that, so I'm going to lose the aesthetic vibe of the computer a little bit. It was all nice and neat. Where are my bits? There they are. So I've got the event controller. Right colour. So I've got a event controller to do that. I need a timer for the lock. Just put that there and there. And then I need another relay for each of those. Could just move them. Swap them around. It's just technically using a group. Ooh, cheeky idea. I'm in creative. Well, I've got creative tools on. Those blocks are using groups for the commands. So, oop, where are we? In theory, I can get rid of that nonsense for a second. In theory, I can cut out those beacons, relays. I should just be able to paste that back into place. But in case it doesn't work, I'm going to save. In fact, I'm going to save as relay rebuild. Just in case it goes catastrophically wrong. Because I like to also try and keep a bit of an aesthetic vibe with the way I set these computers up and try and keep them similar, and them being the other way around is just going to drive me up the wall. So let's take that out. Let's paste you onto there. Because everything that's using that is using a group version of it. And the group should travel with the block. And that's number 2. Take you out. Hopefully. Hopefully. Do the same thing there. Let's paste you into there. Let's spawn myself back in here. Relay. Docking relay 1 and 2. Those are the ones that I've just replaced. Yeah, they're still using all of that. They've still got their groups. Right, hopefully that hasn't broken the battery drones. My keyboard, spacebar, just dying. Yeah, right, so in theory, that is that. Directly under there. I could have these 2 beacons for the cargo. That is getting triggered and affected by that, and then I could have another set of timers for this set directly under that timer, and then everything still looks nice and neat and symmetrical. Cool. Hoping that will work. Right, so we got cargo port. Copy all. Copy, paste. You're gonna be I should have named you something different. I'll just call these cargo docking relays. And you get to be, hang on, channel 2, channel 4. Oh, yeah, right. In that case, that means you... Oh no, we're going to be the other way around, aren't we? So you are going to be 31, because this is the starting point. Yeah, so you're going to be channel 31. And then you're probably going to be channel 33, but I'll figure that out later. Cargo docking relay. Cargo docking port. Cargo docking lock. Cool, right, that is some bits. So, cargo. What have we got here then? We've got that port, that definitely needs a group, and we've got those two hinges, they need a group. That's the opposite side, that's fine, it'll stay as it is. Cargo port controller, right, you're set to rotor. Hinge attached. Because that's what you're detecting. Oh, what's that, Mr. Penisberg? You love making a microchip out of small grid programmable blocks. Yeah, I like doing the same thing with like the event controllers and timers. And just building little vanilla computers to handle all that kind of stuff. A fun way of playing. Right, so what do you do? Oh yeah, you turn off all the things on the drone. That is what you do. Okay. And then you turn off the docking lock as well. Right. Cool, okay, this is gonna be probably a wee bit messy until I can get those groups programmed into that, because all the groups that are going on that event controller are all actually on the drone, and it needs to get connected up first before it can use them. That needs to be on, that doesn't want it on. Let's... Hinge locks tend to not do an awful lot and break easily, but let's just put them on for a second. Right, so you, my little friend, can turn back on again. Alright. Oh, in fact, hang on. Oh, stop aiming at the bloody rotor. Aim at the battery. Yeah, just dangle there precariously for a minute. I've got to get something. So yeah, docking port. That needs a whole bunch of stuff I can't control yet, but we do need it to turn off that lock, which I need to make a group for. Cargo lock. Oop, cargo with 2 A's for some reason. Right, let's make a group for you. You are set. You're not even remotely set up either. So, docking port, you are going to, where are you? You're going to attach, and you're going to do that on a loop. Until the docking port connects down, and then when the port connects down, that will get turned off. Which should connect it up to there. Okay, right. Let's see if we can get this guy to play nice. A cargo drone, AI, movement on, dock at base. Let's just double check that's aligned properly, yep. Play. Oh, I know what I've forgotten to do. I think. Yeah, I know exactly what I've forgotten to do. He's just going to float down and do smeg all. I forgot to set up that, didn't I? Yeah, I was doing nothing, that's why. What's actually going in there? That is turning on and triggering. Right, yeah, so he's not going to do smeg all right now. Lock, docking, cargo lock, on and trigger. So you have going to land, you're sitting in about the right place, that's not too bad. Let's run that docking routine again, docking base play, let's see how he does. Now, I did set up his waypoints, I think, so he should fly up there, and then fly down there, then fly down there, and then hopefully send a signal to the base, which will lock down that rotor. Gonna play nice? Nope. What did I screw up there? Docking. What did I screw up there? So, docking. Sea drone. Base. Relay base. Send signal. Relay base. 31. Setup actions. Oh yeah, that's for the return signal. Sending that signal does nothing. Right, so you aren't receiving it properly. Cargo lock on and trigger. It seems like you're receiving it properly. Lock on trigger. You actually within range. Okay, you've not landed close enough. Have you? Oh, I need to move that last waypoint down a bit. Where are we? Turn that off. Yep, there we go. You are the tiniest bit off. That's why. Damn. Oh, you're just auto-locking that. Rotor on here should be turning off. This is not, is it? Lock. Oh, you Egypt. I know why. Where is it? Cargo port 1. I never even set up the rotor, did I, to look at it? Cargo docking port 1, that's it. Yeah, that's why. There's a million things to think about, and I forgot one of them. Port, cargo, port 1. Didn't sign this one. Cargo, docking port, number 1. There we go, right. So what do I need to do then? I need to readjust all those signals, because you didn't quite come in enough, did you? Oh, hang on. We leave you there. Now we... let's take that hinge lock off. If we... Cargo drone control. Where are we? Let's use spectator mode instead. So yeah, you're sitting about there. Let's just bring you down a little bit further in a straight line. So where are you? You are... fairly straight. Let's just bring you down a little stab further, so you have to really try and sink into that rotor. And let's just replace that waypoint where... which one was it? Docking base, that's the one. You look at the refinery, add another waypoint, there we go. Docking at the base. Yeah, so we're just sending that relay signal, aren't we? Relay. Sea drone docking. Base. Yeah, that one. So send that signal. Let's delete waypoint 3. It should just sink right into there. Right, let's move you all the way out again. Let's reverse that back to where it was. Also going to put that hinge lock on back temporarily. Right, let's see if you can do it properly this time, Mr. Drone. Who wants to be controlling you? Just want to set you off. AI. Movement on, docking base, play. Right. Yeah, because one of the things I've noticed with the remote control, with the waypoints and things, is the AI blocks will sometimes get to within, like, say, a small grid block size or two, and just go, yeah, that's close enough, and then not be close enough to do the thing they're meant to be doing. Why do you work really well for the other one, but not for this one? Why do you keep coming in? That dodgy outside. Right, so that would attach. Why didn't you send that signal? Well, that can attach from there. Okay, you're having an issue with sending the signal, because that's plenty of room to attach. Absolutely miles of room. You don't need to be anywhere near that close. Right, so what's going on there? Relay at the base. Send that signal. There you go. Right, well that worked. Okay. Dock. Base. Signal. Set up action. Dock relay base send signal. Don't know why that wasn't working properly. Let's try it again though. I want to get that actually functioning properly. AI movement. Oh yeah, we also needed to make some adjustments to that, didn't we? Bring that back down to 5 so we can't roll around as much. That'll probably help. AI on, dock at base, play, try it again please mate. I want to do it properly this time. 5.3 gets there. Sends the signal. Relay. Sea drone. Base. Why aren't you sending that signal? I know the relay works, because I can trigger it manually. Why you no do the thing you're supposed to do? Docking relay. You definitely work because I can manually trigger you. Maybe it's too low and he's not actually getting close enough to it. Giving up. That might be an issue. You know what? Let's put in a little fail-safe. Let's try getting him to send that signal there as well, because all it does is sets off a timer on a loop trying to lock down that, so it doesn't actually matter if that gets set off a bit early, I don't think. So we'll try that. What am I doing? Oop, pressing all the wrong buttons is what I'm doing. Disconnecting myself from the drone. What I've done. AI movement is on. Docking base. Play you again. See if we do anything this time. Are you going to send me the signal this time? Yeah, man. You might have triggered it there. Right, there we go. He's just having issues triggering it here. Probably because it's a block too low and... yeah. Whatever, that works. I'm happy with that. Okay, so... right, next stage. He can lock... in fact, let's give that one more little test. Let's detach that again. I just want to double check this is actually working properly. AI movements on, docking base, play again. Yeah, 'cause to be honest, I could have him send that relay signal at any one of those 3 points. It doesn't really make too much of a difference. Yeah, cool, okay, I'm happy with that. Right. Refinery. Use cargo ports. What did I do with the battery ports? I turned off, I put the drone on recharge, turned off his control systems. Battery pack we can ignore because it's going to have different controls. Right, so cargo port. Sea drone. Battery. Number 1. Battery can go on recharge. Number 2. Control systems can get turned off. And then docking at base can get turned off. Turned off. Movement can get turned off and turned off. And that should disable all that jazz when the drone comes in. So let's give him another little run and see if he does that for us. AI docking at base. Off you go again. In he comes. Should have triggered the thing. Boom, there we go. Right. Battery is on recharge. Yes. Thrusters, spotlights, and gyro are all switched off. Cool, so he's now in his recharging, ready to go and do stuff stage. Cool. What do we need to do after that then? Need to get those hinges to retract back down when it connects up. That's what we need to do. But we also need it to activate a few things and attach itself. So we need to set up the other relay. So refinery. Relays. Copy the battery pack relays. Power drone. Dock and relay, refinery, that's the one. No, it's not. Oh yeah, it is actually, yeah. Yeah, actually turn the batteries, the controls, all that stuff back on. Battery we can ignore. We need to detach the battery port. Turn on the things and then turn on its AI. We also need to set up the launch controls. Yeah, okay. So, recharge. Batteries, gyros on. Thrusters on. That's on the drone itself, so that would be that one, wouldn't it? Yeah, it'd be that one. Oh yeah, because I copied and pasted it, I can just swap over most of these groups, can't I? Cool, right, that'll do. C drone. I might have messed up one of the other drones at the back of the ship, but we'll find that out in a minute. C drone battery, right, you need to go on your auto, your gyros, and your thrusters can turn up, all turn back on. That can go. We'll rearrange some of this stuff. That can go on there. That means it can come out of there. Go port. I'm going to stick you on the end instead. You can detach. And what have we got here? C drone AI stuff. So AI movement on, AI on, speed limit 10 as you launch away. then launch base, which we haven't set up yet. In fact, I'll remove that and I'll put that back in a minute. Cool, so that is that, which means if I, in theory, send the docking signal relay back from the mech to the drone, it should detach and turn everything on. Yeah, we're detached down there. Oh, the AI is on, that's why. Like it's supposed to be. Yeah, cool. Right, so that detaches. Groovy. Right, so I can set up the launch controls now. That fucking spacebar is just on its way out. Right, so to launch. When I launch, I want to come up and I want to come back a little bit. Let's get a little bit clearer of the station. Right, we'll do that. AI launch base. Where are we? We are looking at our refinery. That is going to get changed to factory, so we'll do that now. Get that out of the way so we're not getting confused with nonsense. Right, so base, that is set to look at the refinery beacon. Don't need to do any shenanigans swapping that over, we just need to record a waypoint there. Probably also help if turned it on so I can see the waypoint. Probably also help if I turn that on so I can see the waypoint. There we go, that's better. Yeah, because that's the old waypoints over there. They are no good for us over here, because we're aligned slightly differently. Right, so cool. Right, that'd be waypoint 1. And we would come back some more again. Fly. Straight up and clear of that antenna tower. Wrong button. Go a little bit higher. That'll do. Bum 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 bum. Launch base. Add a new waypoint. Cool. So waypoint number 2 there. What did we do? We turned off the launch controls, engaged the docking controls for the other mech, and then we swapped a bunch of stuff over, and we need to turn that to 15 anyway. Right, okay. So waypoint number 4, which will soon become waypoint number 2. Sea drone, launch base, play off, AI off, block off, just to be sure everything's off. What was the other bits? Turning on the docking stuff. I won't do that one yet. I will set up these though. Collision on, precision off, 15 meters, increase the thing. So leave that one for now. Sea drone, move, collision avoidance on, because I'm still want to try and get that to work. Precision mode off, speed limit 15 meters a second. and increase the altitude slightly, and just as a little fail-safe in case for some reason that AI block has not already been switched on, we will do that. So now we should be able to get rid of them and just be left with those two. Right, what is in that spacebar? Really badly need to get a new keyboard. Okay, right, so. Cool. Right then, so your relay. Docking base relay, setup actions. That turns all of that on. And we're going to detach that, and that turns the movement on. Hang on. Oh yeah, launch base, that's what I need to get it to do. Yeah. It's all good. Right, so. Relay. That one. Setup actions. Launch. Base. Sea drone. On. AI on. Play AI. Right, so we should have about half a docking loop set up now, hopefully. So, turn that on. Dock at the base. Ooh. You should then come in, dock, land, turn everything off. Cool. Just give me a second, I'm just trying to sort out the bloody spacebar on my keyboard. Does not want to work properly today. Seems like there's something stuck underneath it. Ugh. Maybe it needs cleaning out. Probably does. Right, okay. Cool, so that did all of that. That locked down. Relay. So then if the base then sends a relay signal back to the mech, it disengages and engages the launching AI. He then gets to there and doesn't know what to do next because we haven't set it up. Cool, though. That is the basics of getting this guy to dock up here, though. So I'm happy with that. Just run that little routine again. Turn that on would be handy. Battery, how's your battery doing? Fully depleted in 10 minutes. Yeah, you could probably do with having a little bit of a charge for a while. Right, cool, so he can connect up to that then. That's good. Right, so then if I want him to... That's so annoying, that spacebar. Right, so when he is connected up... Right, give me a second. I need cleaning out properly. Right, my spacebar seems to be working a bit better now. Kind of. Right, anyway. So, when he is docked up like so, I then need... I then need those hinges to retract back up again. Which was those two. They've got locks on them. Don't want locks on them. Okay. That retracts alright. How does that whole horrible subgrid attachment behave without the locks on, now that we've got the docking stuff sorted out? Right, let's send that signal, launch you back up into the air again. Right, AI docking on. Oh, what are you doing? That was a bit aggressive. What was that about? Oh well, at least you've docked. And it didn't seem to wobble or jank around too badly. Okay. What's your battery charge like at the minute? 40%. Okay. So, now that we know that works, cargo port. When something is attached, when that locks down, I'll do all that, and then we're going to have those hinges retract. What are you? Currently on -5, so we'll set that to 5 RPM when it connects up. Let's try that again. So, send signal. Away you go. Right, so you launched. Cool. Dum da dum da dum da dum da dum. On play. Not too bad. Settles down fairly quickly. Still something wrong with my spacebar. Worn out from years of abuse. Right, and then we would need a events controller to monitor those hinges when they get to about 90 degrees each. They are set to 90, aren't they? Yeah. When they both get to 90, we can close those doors. So let's go pop in here and see if we can't get another event controller in there. Let's see where we can squeeze another event controller into this system. Oh, actually, we could just have one front and back. That will do me. Right, let's do that then. Right, so that could be MREF, cargo hinges, retract. Oh, actually. Do I want that to be part of that system? Because I'm going to have two drones launching out the same one. That could cause conflicts. We'll try it for now. You know, in fact, we won't even call it that. If it's not retracting the hinges, it's looking at the hinges being retracted. We'll just call it docking stage 2. Or docking stage 1. Yeah, right, call it that for now. Let's try that out. So, let's head back down here, so let's see what I'm doing. In fact, let's grab a little bit of power while I'm here. Oh, hello, an Oxold hide, I think that's how you say that. I haven't got my glasses on. Masters of Motion, this is no competition with you, it's just a formality. You've used Mastered Motion SE long ago, go for the win, good luck. Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, like I was saying the other day, I did think when I seen that competition post on Steam, like, ooh, they made a competition just for me. Are they trying to personally challenge me? Right, so what the hell was I doing? Oh yeah, we need to measure those hinges down there. What we need to do, so docking stage 1 is gonna look at both of those hinges, and when they get to greater than 89, because I don't like using the target limit, causes problems. Docking hinge, what do I call them? Docking rotor. What hinge was it? Never remember. Back in names. Yay. Cargo docking hinge, it's right there. Stage 1. Oh, there we go. I need to name them better, to be honest. I can't see the names properly in the control panel. Cargo docking hinge. Yeah, well, let's just take all that nonsense out. It can just be cargo hinge. I really want to change the names. I'm going to put it back after I've set up the controllers. Right, stage 1, docking. Cargo hinge 1 and 2. There we go, that's what we want. So, when they get to greater than 89, Oh, God's sake. What are you doing? Oh, I see. Power drone's gone for more battery power and it's triggered some stuff on the on you. Because there's groups I need to delete. I forgot about that. Yeah. Best way to fix that. Control systems off. There we go. That'll settle you back down again. Is that power drone actually doing his thing properly? Yeah, he is. The power drone's behaving himself. He's gone back to get charge properly. Awesome. That is what I want to see from you. When you run out, you head back, you get some more power, you charge back up. Hopefully we can get them offset on a nice little cycle where there's always one attached to the base. I'm still debating whether or not to have batteries on the individual mechs themselves or just use the battery drones. Right. A whole bunch of groups I need to delete off that. Yeah, that's number one, isn't it? Right, while he's away charging, let's just delete all those groups. P drone 01. Don't. What's that thruster there? What's that one thruster called? P drone 01. You're not on here, are you? Are you on the other map? On the other drone? Have you got a misnamed thruster somewhere? Anyway, do need to put that on the back anyway. You've got one mislabeled thruster. There we go. Right. So, P drone 01. We don't need any of these groups anymore. They're all the old ones from before we cut and paste the drone, so delete them all. Shouldn't get any conflict now. Right. What was I doing? Oh yeah. Docking. Or I didn't make a group for them in the end, did I? Call it, you know, we'll call it docking bay door, or not. Docking bay door, replace name, make a group. For the whole thing, stage 01, when that retracts down. Well, actually, technically, I don't even need that. You know what? I'm gonna keep it anyway. It's gonna be a little bit close. We'll keep the extra stage in there. I probably could get away with it just retracting at the same time that it closing these doors at the same time that retracts, but it might be asking for trouble. So, yeah, we'll have that. We can also set up other things when the whole thing retracts as well. We might be able to make a locking system to clamp it down. Yeah, we'll have that. We'll do that. And then that will do docking bay door group. And when that's fully retracted, we'll have that close. Then again, we need to launch it as well, don't we? We need that to extend back up again. and center him before it launches. So yeah, I'm gonna have to change some things around. What's that? Dread Trouble Mechanic got a good ring to it. Yeah, because I mean, technically it doesn't actually even need to move. It's got enough space, but still want it to. Okay, well those doors actually move quite slowly, so you know what, I think I'm going to change that the other way around, maybe. Stage 1, that might actually end up being a launch thing instead. Because what I could do is... Where is it? It's not that one, it's the event controller with the port, isn't it? That's the one. Yeah, because that locks down and retract all that. We could technically put the door close in here. Because these doors do close very slowly. Oh, hey Outcast, how you doing, man? And then to launch the system, we could instead... We'll have to swap the relay stuff around. Yeah, because when it's ready to launch, the doors would be closed. Lunchtime for you, got some mac and cheese and spicy peppers. It's about 7:30 in the evening for me. I just had some tuna pasta for my tea earlier. Right, so to launch it, the doors are going to be closed. I need the doors to open. And I need those hinges to extend again. So that will be a signal coming from the mech. That one will send a signal, that's the receiving signal. That will send a signal to docking relay on the drone. I need to change all of that. Complicated. Crazy programming. Decided to make this incredibly difficult for myself for no reason. I could have just put them on the deck and left it at that. So that relay signal. Because yeah, I essentially want the factory mech to be able to send a signal to the refinery mech to say, hey, give me some more materials to work with, please. So that will end up sending a signal. What's that, mac and cheese? Add that to the food processor. Yeah, why not? I mean, it's not actually that hard to make food mods. I was chatting to Aya and Engineered Coffee about it a couple of weeks ago. I just wanted to make my own food mods. Right, so I need these doors to open, and I need that lift to come up, and then I need it to launch after that. But the relay at the moment is attached directly to launching the drone. So what I would need it to do is I would need the doors to open at the same time as that. I would need that relay signal on the drone to trigger the gates. And you know what? I'm just going to quickly grab a couple of screenshots of that toolbar so I actually know what the hell is on it. I should hopefully be able to rebuild it easier later on. So let's just scrub all of this. Get rid of all of that. So when the factory sends a relay signal to, it'd have to be a separate signal because that relay is doubling as the connection point. I need a different signal to send it. I'd need to send a signal from the factory mech to the refinery, which then triggers this docking relay. Yeah, and it's gonna get way complicated. Outcast, the hardest part of making the food mod is making the textures and the models. Essentially, the programming side of it, the whole SBC side of it's not that difficult. The tricky bit is just making the models and the textures for it. SBC modding in Space Engineers 1 is actually really simple. A lot of it's just sort of plug and play, moving bits of code around to do all sorts of stuff. Obviously there's limitations, but there is so much the average person can do and just learn in like an afternoon. Like making gyros stronger or stronger thrusters and things. It's literally like one little value. You've just got to know which one to change. They're actually, a lot of the SBC files you will find in the game have loads of little dev notes that they've been sticking in there over the last like year or so to help people mod them better. You'll find there's little bits of annotation in the SBC files saying if you want to do this, change this value here or whatever. What's that? You don't know about ice cream in space though? Yeah, ice cream probably wouldn't work properly in space. Right, so what do I do with this relay? The factory is going to send a signal to here. We'll have to set up a separate relay. And then this relay is going to open these doors and raise up that hinge setup. We just called them cargo hinges, didn't we? Yeah, we did. So, what's that? That's currently at 5, so we'll set that to -5. And then, that stage 1 I set up, we can actually call that we'll call it Sea Drone Launch. Oop. Controller Sea Drone Launch 01. And that will actually, instead, that will look at that'll look at the doors. Where's the door one? Door open, closed. We'll have that look at docking bay doors. When the docking bay doors fully open, get rid of all of that. When the docking bay doors fully open, we will then launch the drone from that. Potentially, even though these controls are on the other grid. Light work. So what were those controls that I needed to rebuild? Oh yeah. Sea drone battery needs to turn back on. You know what, I've got a control systems group. I'm just going to use that instead. Turn that on. Saves on the amount of slots we're using. We'll turn everything else on and we will detach the thing last, and hopefully that won't screw with any priorities. So what were those other controls? Movement stuff on. Oh yeah, AI launch on. That's it. Ooh. There's quite a few commands in there. Yeah, I might have the space left for it. Right, so movement on, AI on, play. Oh no. It's not the one, is it? It is speed limits. Speed limits 10. And then I've got launch. AI on, lock on, blah blah blah. Right, so then launch, base on, AI on, play on, because I don't trust them by themselves. And then I've got 2 slots left in case I want anything else. Okay, right, so binary. Keep calling it. I should have just called it hangar doors. Docking door, here's what it is now. Right, you can close. And that should all be fine. But yeah, I can't send... If I send the same signal from a third location, it will trigger both those relays at once, and those relays conflict with each other, because they're doing completely opposite things. So I need... where are we? I need a separate relay to call the refinery from the factory mech. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your message there. It wasn't referencing the making of the mods, time delay between things. Oh, right. But what's that? You're also one who has struggled with learning programming for many years. Even trying to do scripting is above my level of comprehension. Yeah, I'm not particularly great with scripting. The only bits of scripting I know are bits that I've sort of reverse engineered and copied from other people's stuff. But I couldn't write a script on my own. No, nowhere near the knowledge for that. Yeah, so I need another relay to call back over here. I don't want to use that space yet. I want to use that for something else. So I need a third relay. It's gonna do different things. I would only got one block on there. You know what? I'm just going to bung it there for now. Right, so you're 31 and you're going to have 31, 32. I'm going to call you 33. Right, it's going to get hella messy. Right, so you are mobile refinery. Bum 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 bum. We'll call it cargo request, just to spell things properly. Cargo request relay number 1. What's that, Mr. Petersburg? You don't know how to use script and you have walkers that can struggle up a 45-degree angle. Yeah, same here. Scripting, it's all up to what you want to do, really. I mean, To be honest, a lot of the stuff that I do now these days with event controllers is basically directly reverse engineered from the Advanced Walker script by B Soldier. Oh, hello, Ahsoka. How are you doing? Ahsoka Tano. What's that? You could spend a week learning one script, but then seconds later you'll forget everything. Yeah. Again, I'm kind of like that with the scripting. Not that great at it. Right, I'm going to call you 30... Ooh, what's that? Oh. You're back again. Yay, these battery drones actually working properly when I'm just leaving them to do their own thing. Yes, sweet. Perfect. Right, I deleted all the groups on you, so that shouldn't have done anything stupid to you, did it? No, you're cool. Right, cool, I think the battery drones are working. Right then, so... Cargo request relay, you're going to be signal 33. You... When you need to request new parts... we have to move stuff around on here as well anyway. Yes, we are. We're gonna have to move stuff around on here. So we'll do the same thing as I did with the other one. I should, in theory, be able to just cut and paste those relays out. Swap them for ones here. Ooh, there we go. What are you? You're number one. Just take you for now. So yeah, in theory I can delete that. Replace it there. Take that out. Get rid of that. Copy that. Ooh, where are we? Spectator camera, moving too quick. Get rid of that. Replace that. Hopefully everything will still work properly. So yeah, we've got the spare ones at the back. And we can put the timer in the middle for the docking lock. So yeah, that could be that. That could be that. Those can be the docking relays when I eventually set that side of things up. But to request the thing in the first place, we are going to have an event controller monitoring cargo levels. Yeah. And that is going to be 33. This is M factory. Cargo request relay number 1. Oh no, actually I can't really have him request 2. Maybe I could have him dispense parts somewhere as well, potentially, so we could have one drone that delivers to here and another one that delivers away from here. Right, so he will have that relay, which will then send a signal to this relay, which will then trigger that relay. All very convoluted, but should hopefully work, and it just occurred to me that I have put that relay on there in the wrong smegging place. Take that out for a second. So I want to try and have some kind of, like I said before, I want to try and have a bit of a sort of continuity with the aesthetic vibes of all these mechs. Oh, did I even put the... No, I didn't. Right, so that is number 33. Mobile refinery. Launch controller, need to turn it back on. I remember I turned that off before. So that is all set to that. That triggers when the doors open, and theoretically... Oh! Crap, that's the wrong button. Right, that doesn't need to be on there. What I did forget was the control that's even going to detach the thing. So after it's done all of that, it will detach that rotor, hopefully. Right, so, relay. Docking relay. Yeah, so that should open that. That should raise that up. When that receives that... Cargo request relay. When you receive your signal, you need to trigger the docking base relay on the mech to send that signal. Oh, hang on. Hang on. No. Oh, I'm getting confused here now. Yeah. Cool. Right, yeah. So that's gonna send that signal. It's gonna send that signal to trigger that relay. Yeah, that's the one. So, docking request relay triggers cargo docking relay. Right, cool. Okay. Cargo docking relay doesn't have a bloody group. What's that? If I go on longer than I did with the stream on... To be honest, I'll probably end up going about the same length today. I'm going to have another tea break in a minute, but I'm by no means finished with the stream yet. If anyone does feel like buying me anything, I am open to super chats and tips and things. I've got a tip jar on Streamlabs, there's a link in the description, and I'm also open to super chats. But yeah, so what am I doing? Right. Cargo request is going to send cargo docking relay signal. And that signal should go to there and trigger that one. So, I'm going to save in case this all explodes horribly, because you never know. Right, mobile factory. Relay request. Send signal. Right. Oh, I think that raised up too quickly and it slammed into the roof. Yeah. But it worked. Alright, maybe I'll get it to raise up slower then. Cool. Okay. That did actually do what I wanted it to do. What we're doing now, so let's settle that back, see if it works. AI movement is all on. Where are we? Dock, base, on, play. Oop. I'm doing some weird things. Oh, what are you doing? You're getting a bit confused. You're doing that again where you have to really violently and aggressively throw yourself at it, but... yeah, that's a good jiggle you've got now. Yeah, just a little bit too much. Maybe we'll turn that down a bit more. Okay, right, let's change. Which one was it? It's not that one. It's the relay signal on the drone itself. Okay. That is attached. Oh. I was looking through the wrong eyes. That one. So where did I put that control then? Relay, docking, base. Right, let's not have that go at that speed then. Let's have that... let's have it just extend at 1. We'll just do it at 1 for now. Set velocity, -1. See how well that works. So, I should be able to go back into my factory mech, request relay. One's a little bit better. There we go, that's much nicer. Yeah, there we go. 1 RPM, that'll do. And then he detaches. And he flies up to his launch location. So then he flies up to his launch location. Yeah, I think that collision mode is messing with him a bit. Cargo drone. Perhaps we have the... hang on, is already set to come on there. Oh yeah, we've already got it's set to come on there, isn't it? Collision mode on, collision mode off. Oh, it shouldn't be affecting it until he gets to there then. Let's do a little test. AI on dock base on play movement. Collision is off, precision is on. Yeah, that's the way it should be. Alright, let's settle down with the jiggling, that's good. And that's all closed up nicely. Lovely. Alright, it's just gone 4 hours. Right, I'm going to have another bio break in a second and grab another cup of tea because mine is cold and empty. Bum, 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 bum. Send that signal. What's that, Mr. Petersburg? You like how advanced targeting makes your missiles never hit? Oh, you mean the one that tries to, like, predict the movement and head it off, kind of thing. Yeah, it always seems to overshoot. Right, cool, okay. He can launch, and he can dock, and he can be called from a third party, so that is pretty good, and I'm happy with that so far. It's going to be a pain in the ass to make another one, but I'm happy with how he's working. I just need to set up his docking controls for the other side, but we'll do that when I come back. So, dock, base, on, play. Yeah, that's not too bad actually. Seems to settle down fairly quickly. Yep, that's nice and closed. And that is hopefully not airtight because I've left the front door open. We close that door. We are airtight. Cool. Right. Fantastic, and I should have just enough room to squeeze in another one there to do something else, maybe deliver parts somewhere else. Oh yeah, that was going to be the one that delivers ice to the O2H2 thing, because I'm going to do that on it. Yeah, so okay. Right, the next step will be setting up a docking control for him to land here, but I will do that after I've had a little break and grabbed another cup of tea. So I will once again leave you with a view of these robots for a minute, and I'll be back in a few minutes to carry on with some stupid stuff, so don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon. Right, I am back. And thank you very much, Stephen, for the £20 super chat. You are a legend. Thank you very much, mate. Okay, right. First of all, whilst I was waiting for my brew to finish, I spotted you. I knew I could see some spotlights doing something. What are you doing? Oh, you're number 2. Why have you been triggered now? What's triggering you? Are you somehow getting triggered by the new drone that we've just set up? All these conflicting groups. What am I looking for? Control systems, P-Drone 1. Off, thank you very much. Also put your battery on. Oh, wait. Oh, I see that. No, that battery pack's still miles off yet. What triggered you then? Something did something that did something. What could the issue have been? Power low. You're switched off. And you're going to be a cargo thing anyway, so that's not you. Oh, right. That probably dropped below that a while ago, because I was messing around with that, and that needs fixing. That triggers dock and relay 2, which obviously triggered something, but didn't do anything properly, so docking relay 2. Signal 4. Oh no, what's that one? What's that one? Oh yeah. Oh, hang on. There's some stuff on here that never got set up properly. Oh, right. Yeah. I see. Power drone number 2. Oh, right. I see. There's still controls that I haven't sorted out properly. You're detaching battery port number 1. You shouldn't be doing that. You should be doing number 2. Battery port 2. And you should be playing with battery pack number 2 as well, not number 1. So that should be recharge off. And that should be block off. Because you triggering that hasn't released you, but it has detached you. Do refinery low. Number 2, that's you. Looking at that. Oop. Ship has been disconnected from terminal, is that? Oh, that's me running out of power. Let's drive up somewhere. Right, have I finally got all of these groups sorted out now? What's that, Mr. Penisberg? Wish you still had money, but can't keep the puppy fed. Oh, that's fine, mate, that's fine. No one's under any obligation to give me any money, but it is very much appreciated if and when they do. Very much appreciated. Yeah, if you've got your own pets and things to take care of first, totally get that, mate. I have got 2 cats. And I've spent a bloody fortune on vet bills on them over the last month or 2. Because I love the little gits as much as they wind me up. Now what's that, Stephen Harding? Sherlock Holmes of SE. You kind of have to be when you're trying to, like, bug fix all of this stupid mechanical nonsense. Yeah, you've got to try and backtrack and work out what stupid thing is doing what other stupid thing, but I think that, hopefully, is assigned to all the correct groups now. And all the correct bits, because like I said, I built one and I've copied and pasted it, like, 4 times now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, so I've copied and pasted it 4 times now, so there's a bit of... there's a few little bits I've missed here and there. Yeah, right, that should be alright. What's that, Outcast? Vet bills right there with you. Yeah, they're extortionate. My last little excursion to the vets cost me £200, which wasn't fun. I don't wish to have to do it again soon. Right, so what do I need to do now? I need to work out the docking AI stuff on that side, don't I? Right, let's get into the factory. Let's get our request relay. Let's send that signal. Let's request a cargo drone. There we go, our cargo drone is ready to launch, and he is deploying. And then he'll fly up there, and he won't do anything next because we haven't built it yet. What's that? No, I live up north, Stephen. Contrary to my messy accent that isn't really quite from anywhere, I live in the north of England. Have done for pretty much my whole life. But I was almost very nearly born in the south. Which is why I still have a little bit of a weird kind of twang to some of the ways I say things. The excuse I like to use is I like sheep is all I'm saying. Welsh by any chance? Well, don't worry. I've got a bit of Welsh in me too. My paternal grandfather was Welsh. My last name is Welsh. Right, so... yeah, right. Docking AI. We need to set up the other controller for this dude. Right, so let's grab you, stick it on follow mode so it's easier to navigate. Right. What we're doing, control drone, AI, oop. AI, we've got our... yeah, we're going to have to set up all the stuff on the other side as well, but that won't be nearly as complicated, so... well, that needs changing. Docking. Factory. In fact, that needs to be that. Docking refinery, that can go. Okay, right, can I control the thing? Oop. Alright, managed to back out of control. Oh, right. AI. Move block is still switched on. Off you go. Right, so once he's caught that, our friendly little cargo drone. Oop. That's the right button. Let's see past my screen. Our little cargo drone will fly in over here. Yeah, that shouldn't be too bad. So we bring him right down. We'll build his docking controls in reverse again, because it makes it easier, oddly enough. Alright, so let's get you lined up nicely to where you're gonna live eventually. Oh yeah, and it's because these are the large advanced rotors down here. They've probably got a slightly bigger range for grabbing rotors than the 3x3s do. Right, so you're going to end up landing there. AI dock factory. You are going to be looking at the factory. Let's turn you on. Have we got any wayward signals anywhere? Did I delete everything? AI dock factory. There should be signals there. AI function is on. Path is on. Factory is on. All of that is on. No idea. Alright, well let's just record a waypoint and see what it does. Where the hell am I? There we are. Okay, right. Let's make it. Right, so... dock. factory. Reverse the order before we start. Mobile factory, add waypoint. Why are you not showing me that waypoint? You git. You've got a relay on there, a beacon on there. Why are you not showing me what I want to see? Docking factory on. Oh, didn't turn show on HUD on, you fool. That's why. Yeah, because that's the alignment of it over there. It's all screwy like that. So, yeah, okay, cool. Right, cool. It's all good. Right then, so we would want to fly up a little bit and be a little bit back. How high are we there? Too bad actually. Up a little bit. We'll get ourselves in line with about there maybe. Actually. Yeah, we'll go about there. Whatever, that'll do. Got a third one to record anyway. Right, so dock fact. Add new waypoint. We'll come back a bit further. We'll fly straight up, so we are clear of the roof. I'm using the little parabolic one on this one, so we don't have to go quite as high for the compact antennas. AI factory dock. Waypoint. Alright, cool. So, 3 waypoints. That should be alright. Need to change some groups and stuff around. What's that? Any Armoured Core fans in here, Mr. Penisberg? I absolutely love Armoured Core. Particularly Armoured Core 6. It's a brilliant game. That final boss is an absolute menace though. I've still not got past the final boss in Armoured Core. I've played all the way up to what I think is the final boss each time, and each time he has me off. You've got to have Jedi reflexes to finish that bloody game. But I'm a big fan of Armoured Core. Need to go back and work on my Strider build at some point. Right, so we are redoing these things. So when you get to that waypoint, you are going to do the relay thing. You're going to do the factory relay thing. You're going to send that signal. And then for the other 3, we set up the docking, don't we? Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't matter, I've deleted the groups, I know what it is by now. It is move, collision off, precision on, speed limit 5, decrease altitude, and decrease altitude some more, just to be safe. Right, cool, I think that's it. Factory, right, we can now safely remove them. We can reverse that back, so that's number 1, that's number 3. We can come back here. Now you send number 32 signal to the factory. pardon me 1 second, my phone is ringing and I need to answer it. I'll be back in 1 second. Right, sorry about that. Just a little impromptu phone call I wasn't expecting. Right, so what am I doing? That's the dock and relay for that. That's the dock and relay for that. We need to... Oh yeah, so this is going to be the dock and relay for cargo ports. We need to set up this junk, don't we? So that is going to be controller. Cargo port 1. That is going to be copy all, copy paste. Cargo docking lock number 1. Copy all. Copy paste. Oh, back soon. Thing's still there, isn't it? Yeah, Aaron, just literally as you sent that message, I spotted it. What's that, Penisberg? Hoping it wasn't telemarketers. No, it was a friend of mine. He was going away for a bit. Just letting me know when he's going to be back and all that kind of stuff. Right, so that's going to be docking... that's going to be... Cargo. Dock and relay. You're going to be set to 32. You're the request relay. You're set to 33. Oh, you know what, before I can do any of that, I need to name you. Factory 01. Cargo docking port 01. I don't actually even need to be in there to do the rest of this. So, cargo stuff. Factory. There we go. Cargo stuff. Right, that's number 33. That is the cargo port control. That is going to look at the rope hinge. In fact, hang on, I need to make groups for stuff. I need a group view. And I need a group view. And I need a group view. What's that, Outcast? You posted an image of your Armored Core collection on the Discord. Just the games, don't have an image of the models I have. Oh, cool. I'll have a look at that in a bit. My computer doesn't like it when I'm streaming, gaming, and running Discord and all sorts of stuff at the same time. Gets a little upset occasionally. Right, so cargo docking port. Right, got that. What do we do with the battery? Oh yeah, that's the one that does all the things on the drone. Right, yeah, cool. Okay, so that's the one we need to connect before we can do those groups. Cool. That also needs to be looking at the cargo port. Relays. Oh yeah, dock and lock on and trigger, that's what that does. Lock cargo on trigger. There's a point I need to set up that timer in the first place. Cargo lock. Port cargo. Attach cargo lock. Trigger itself. One thing I actually need to do with that is cargo lock off. Right, I'm going to save that. We're still in the drone. AI, let's see if that wants to work for us. Dum dum dum, AI, movement on. Oh, he's doing something. Right, we'll go up there. You'll come down to there. You'll head into there. And you lock down. Cool. Now we can set up those controls in here. So what do we need to do? We need to put his battery on recharge. Turn the control systems off. Yeah, so cargo sea drone. Number 1, battery is on recharge. You steal a bit of power from the base while you're waiting. That's that, and then I'll have control systems turn off. Not sure how I'm managing the cargo exactly yet. We'll get to that eventually. Right, so turn off that, turn off that. And then we'll have it... What was the other one? It needs to turn off the AI, doesn't it? Battery, ignore that. Yeah, AI off, block off, AI off, block off. Yeah, cool. C drone AI dock factory AI off, block off, move AI off and block off. And we've got a bunch of spaces for some kind of cargo management. I'm not exactly sure what yet. Right, so the relays that docking relay is going to send a signal back to that docking relay, which in turn is going to release the drone. Right, so, see drone stuff. What do we need? Oh yeah. Batteries back on. I'll just do the control systems back on. Don't need thrusters, don't need battery pack, don't need battery pack. That includes the searchlights already. That can go. Cargo port, you need to... Where is it? You need to detach, and then we need to turn on a bunch of AI stuff. See drone. AI. Movement, movement, movement. Ugh, what the hell were they? Yeah, I'll just copy them from here. Oh yeah. Movement on, AI on, speed 10, that's what it was. Oh, in fact, I could have copied it from there. Idiot. Oh no, I couldn't, because I completely changed that one. Anyway, see drone, AI, movement block on, AI on, speed limit 10, and then that is the launch stuff that we still need to set up. It's fine, we can do that now. Right, if that's done, theoretically, sending that signal should detach him. Cool. Right, he is then detached. Bum 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 bum. I can take control of him again. Cool. I'm gonna lift him up. Bring him back to about the same position. Launch, factory, yep, make sure it's looking at the right one. Add a waypoint, don't need to get fancy with it. Ooh. Yeah, probably I'll turn that on so I can see. I'll come back a wee bit. Yeah, that'll be fine. Come back a wee bit, it's about there. Ooh. Yeah, we'll fly up to about there, that'll do. Launch. Factory. Add another waypoint. So yeah, when we get to that second waypoint, we want to turn off the launching AI, turn on the docking stuff for the base, and change a bunch of stuff, that's cool. What's that? Oh, gosh, sorry, I missed your post there. Discord can be a strain with Streamlabs for some reason. Yeah, Discord uses a bloody lot of memory. Also, so does Google, so when you're running the two together and doing all the stuff, it just gets a bit silly. What's that? You were happy they brought Shoji Kawamori back to do the AC mech designs? Yeah, the mechs in AC6 look amazing. What's that? Batteries will cost around 300, so new plan, solar charger. What's that in reference to, Ahsoka? Ow. Ooh, ow. Pardon me. Ow. My earrings popped out slightly. Right, so what we're doing, I am setting up, oh yeah, so we're turning off the launch AI, aren't we, and turning on docking AI for the base, so... launch factory. We will turn that off, turn that off, turn that off. We will turn that on, and on, and then movement, collision on, precision off, speed limit 15, decided to change it to. And then the last one was increase minimum altitude, and as a failsafe, just in case, whatever reason that AI is not switched on, we can do that. So I can then delete them, and I should just have that lovely set of relay signals there. Right, cool, okay, I think we've nearly got this drone set up. It's only taken nearly 5 hours to build and come up with this stupid idea. What's that? Oh, for your mobility scooter. Ooh, 300 quid for an... Oh, yeah, I suppose if it's a lithium-ion battery, those things are bloody expensive. Right, so, AI on, we can then, in theory, dock at the base. You should, in theory, lock down nicely. Cool, thank you very much. Bum 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 bum. Not sure how I'm gonna handle the cargo stuff yet, but I may as well change those names over so they don't get confused with anything else. Right, so then you can dock up there. You can deliver some stuff. Might have to squeeze some event controllers to manage cargo for the little cargo container. I might have to squeeze them in to there somewhere, because I'm going to need to think about that in one way or another. But anyway, say theoretically that's dropped off some cargo, and we have now delivered what we want to deliver. It can then send that signal. Oh, hang on. I know what I've forgotten to do. I didn't put something in there. Oh, I know what I've done. I've not put the launch controls into here. Yeah. I'm supposed to put launch controls in there. Launch factory on AI play. Let's just dock you back up again. Factory relay, docking relay, signal 32. Send that signal. Launches him. He then heads, in theory, back over here. Or are you playing silly buggers with your... Oh, it's probably the collision detection again, isn't it? I need to just turn that off. There we go. Oh, he needs to not be called Power Drone, also. I need to change his antenna signal. Oh, there we go. He has docked back up though, that's good. Doors are closing again, that's even better. Cool, and then... I don't know where I'm gonna manually fill that cargo container with stuff, or whether I can automate it in some way with some sorters perhaps. Well, I can at least get it to deliver stuff. I'm happy with that. Because yeah, I'm going to need to build a sorter into here, probably. Actually, I need to actually build the entire conveyor network, but that can be the next step, I suppose. Because we do need to start pulling equipment. Why have I painted all that stuff that colour? That's the wrong colour. I thought it looked too dark in here. That's supposed to be the colour for functional things. There we go. Okay, right, so. Cool, let's give that another little test then. So I can now see both of them. In fact, let's get my stupid face out of the way. Actually, let's go and recharge because I've got no power. Now what's that? So invoking a 12 watt solar into a 60 volt system. It'll be fine. Honestly, I don't know enough about electrics and electronics and voltages and things to know. I hope it'll be fine. Please don't blow yourself up. That mistake. Right, let's give that another little test run then. So, factory wants stuff. Factory sends request. Refinery receives a request. Deploys cargo drone. Cargo drone deploys. Oh, I'm getting a hungry thing. Be back in a second. There we go. Oh, did I forget to set up the next stage at the end of his, the end of that bit? There's so many things to think about. What am I doing? Launch. Base. Yep, I did. I totally did. Because I hadn't set it up properly yet before. So, dock, factory, on. Da-dum. AI on. And play on. It's probably not essential to do all three of them, but I like to be sure. Right. Let's... Dum-da-dum-da-dum. What should we do? Let's dock him back up again quickly. AI movement is already on. Dock, base, on, play. Let's put you back down there for a second. Yeah, that collision mode's definitely messing with some of this stuff. Which is irritating, because I want collision mode to work. Right, you docked onto there. Settle down pretty quickly, that's not too bad. Right, this should hopefully be the full run then. Try this again. Right, those doors closed. They look closed to me. Right, refinery. You want... not refinery. Factory. You want stuff. You spell request right. You send signal. You request drone. Drone launches. Hopefully he makes his way over. Don't know where you think you're going, mate. Collision avoidance is definitely getting in the way, isn't it? Definitely doing something. Although 15 meters a second is better, he's been a lot sturdier there. Right, cool. And then he docks up. No one's been accidentally detached. No one's accidentally had any other signals kicking off. That battery has nearly run out, so he might actually be making his way back in a little bit. But it is on, and it is, yeah, it doesn't look like any of the drones have been interfered with. Okay, cool, and then we could have, say, an event controller on the cargo pod, because the drone itself's not really got much room left on it. And when that cargo container is empty, it could then trigger the docking relay and send him back to the refinery. And when we need more stuff, we can trigger that signal again. Where are you going? Yeah. Collision avoidance, definitely that, I think. Yeah, he can then go back over there. Although I do want to put a door close action in there after he's launched. How would I do that? I don't really want to send any more signals back to the base. That'll just get messy. I could... I could just do it with a sensor. That would be the easiest way of... Where am I? The easiest way of doing it. What's that? That drone's had too many shots of rum in the hull. He's had a few. He kind of sways around a little bit, like he's on his way back from the pub. Right, so... yeah, just do it as sensor so when he's decently out of range, it just triggers the door closing. Yeah, so we could get a sensor. Oh, for God's sake. That collision issue, it is not in the way at all. Oh, that's something else I need to pull the report. Eventually. Collisions on old school sensors, lovely, fit anywhere. Collisions on new fancy looking ones. Don't like having anything inside that box. Like, literally anything. Can we pitch you round and out of the way enough to get that in there? Apparently, bloody not. Not without removing the gyro. You know what? I'm just going to stick the sensor up the other end. Yeah, I'm just going to stick it there instead. What way round is it? That way round. The AI blocks are so damn finicky. Yeah, they can be a little bit hit and miss. Sometimes they work really well, and sometimes the AI struggles to figure out what it's doing. So what we could do... That sensor. In fact, I want to be out here. Easy to see. Refinery. Sensor, not the one on the lift. This one will be MREF01. Docking bay sensor is what we'll call it. Docking bay sensor. Let's turn that on so we can see it. Let's turn that on so we can see it. Bottom doesn't need to have anything really. Left and right, they definitely need to cover the whole door. What's 9? 9 is... 9 is basically bang on, we'll call it that then. Refinery. Sensor. Docking bay. 9 RPM. Top extent. On the other side of the door, we'll call it 15. That's my physical body, I don't want that in there. Oh, that is very close to that. I don't want it to detect those subgrids. I have to move the sensor. Oh no, because then it's still going to be able to potentially detect them subgrids, it doesn't matter. Let's put the sensor in the middle of the floor. Yeah, hopefully it'll be okay. Refinery. Sensor. Docking bay sensor. So, I want that to detect small ships. And when it stops detecting small ships, I want it to close the docking bay doors. But I also don't want that sensor on all the time. I only want it on when I only want it on when we are disconnected from that. And look at that, I've got one space left in my controller. Right, hopefully. Docking bay sensor, so when we are connected I want it to turn off. When it is disconnected I want it to turn on. I also want it to turn itself off. So when it disconnects, that ship should turn dynamic, which should detect it as a small grid ship. That will then float up out the sensor area, it will close that, and then it should turn itself back off. In theory. Then again, I need to get it to open the door again when it's coming back. How do I do that? Crap, I might need another goddamn relay. Yeah, that might be problematic actually. Because it is only going to be a temporary thing, it's only going to go and drop off the ore and bring it back. So get that door to open again on the way back, I would need another relay. What's that, Outcast? Old man noises as I sit here hooked up to my tennis device from my back shoulder. I'm getting all a bit in age, and I'm mostly mumbling to myself as I try and figure out this programming in my head. Yeah, actually, I think getting that door to close and open again might be more pain than it's worth, because that drone is only going to be away temporarily. It is going to deposit the ingots and then come straight back again. So I might just bin off the idea of this sensor altogether and just punch a hole straight through my ship, of course. Yeah, smeg it. We'll bin that idea. We won't even bother with that, because it'll just be so much more hassle. Right, so refinery. Port. Let's remove that group that doesn't need to be in there then. Yeah, that can go. Just leave that free for anything else you might need to put in there. Okay. Right, so are you? You're actually tied into the conveyor network now, aren't you? Yes, you are. So I put a bunch of stone in the refinery and made a bunch of ingots. There we go, there's a bunch of ingots. What's that? So okay, got a step up on the way too, so I can use 12 volts and it will put out 60 volts. Oh, cool. Nice. So let's put... Right, good. So that cargo connection is working. I don't think he's going to be able to lift that much. I'll have to find out what his weight limit is at some point and test that. Right, so you've actually got some ingots in now. That side of the connection works. We need to sort out conveyor route for here. Right, so do also need to sort out the lift eventually, but that is another problem for another day. So we're already going for 5 hours so far. I want to get these drones a bit more sorted out first, so I need to block that in to make it airtight. Where are we looking at that? So that can live there. We can block... In fact, actually, I might even... Might just make that air vent so it doubles up in purpose. Might use a bit more power, but who cares? And then I need to get conveyor connection into you. I want to have that as the access to it for myself. Ooh, I could run a pipe all the way down there. That'll do. Let's do that then. Oh, I wish we had a corner piece to them. I really wish we had a corner piece like the T, but the other side coming out here instead, like a three-way corner. Yeah, smack it. I'll just have to put the junction on there and cover them up. Ooh, oh, actually, smack that. We will put them in the wrong place. We'll put some cargo containers on there instead. We can probably cover the top of that up. We can definitely cover them up with things, and we can have that. Have that plug into the back. Right, so they plug into there. Oh, in fact, actually, we could... Let's close that loop. At least for now, anyway. So it's all a singular connection. I do like these ducts. I wish we had small grid versions of these. I think there's a mod for that, but I'm not allowed to use mods on this build. Not that I'm really doing much small grid on here anyway. Right, so that can then be directly from there into our cargo tubes. Oh, I want to get a sorter in there, don't I, to pull material. Where shall I put the sorter? Let's put it... Oh, hang on. You know, I'll just have it as far back as possible because I might want to intersect other parts of that conveyor network at some stage. Let's take that out. Let's have one of the cool sorters. The industrial ones. Yeah, we'll have one of them either side to pull stuff. Actually, that one you might be delivering, but you know what, I'll ignore that for now. Sort that out later. Factory 01 docking sorter in what you can be. Spawn myself in here so I can see what's going on. Where am I? Ah, I'm down there. Right, you for the moment. You can just take in ingots for the minute. I'll have you drain all of them, and then you can pump them all into that container. And I'll figure out how the hell we're getting down here in a bit. Right, so let's give that drone a bit more of a field test. Ooh. Oh yeah, I forgot there's a pirate stronghold over there. Probably mess around with that at some point. Wind them up, test some defences. I'm going to get around to doing stuff like that, because I do want to build a couple of defence mechs, because my plan for these guys, weapons-wise, is the function... Oop. Where are you going? Where are you going? Are you getting confused, Mr. Battery Drone number 2? Where are you supposed to be going? Right, for a start, let's turn that collision avoidance off. Is that causing the problem? No, you're still confused over where you're meant to be going. Where are you meant to be going? You're meant to be docking at the base, apparently. Is that because you've got a full battery? Stored power? No, you've got nowhere near a full battery. Oh yeah, docking base. Yeah. Yep, there we go. Seems to have got himself together now. Yeah, sometimes they work great. Sometimes they get real confused about where they're meant to be going and what they're meant to be doing. Hopefully, he will get his act together when he makes his way back. Right, so, cargo drone, you now have a bunch of stuff in your factory. Factory wants the stuff. Factory sends signal. What's that, Sokatano? Sort it out later. I forgot what I needed to do. That's kind of the story of my life, but I'll deal with the immediate problems now. Alright, so he has got his little cargo hold full of stuff. Oop. Yeah, that collision avoidance is just not working for these guys, is it? Just causing more problems than it's worth. And he's not doing too bad. Right. Are you gonna land? Are you gonna behave yourself? Looks like he's behaving himself. Right. There we go. He's delivering the stuff. Fantastic. Right. Cool. Stuff has been delivered. Now we just need to get him to return automatically. Not really got any room to put another vent controller on him without screwing up the vibe. Oh, hang on. Hang on. I'll put those. See drone controllers. I've already got the things I need on here. Particularly that one. Cargo low. Right, okay, cool. So we can do that and set that to same as the battery. We can have that when we are less than 1% on an unknown block. That cargo container, I think. Yeah, that's the one. I need to give that a better name, actually. Because we've got a cargo container on here, and then we've got... Or we will have cargo containers on there. You know what, I'm going to call it cargo pack. I've got the battery pack, call that a cargo pack. That just makes it easier. Right, so when that gets to less than that, like what the battery one does, it will then... It's already set up for it. Oh, it's kind of not. I need to change that group over. Docking relay 1 and factory. Hmm? That group shouldn't be active. How's that group active on here? And we're docking delay 1. Oh, because they've got it as well. Yeah, that's why. What is it I want? It's that one, isn't it? I want to send that signal. I just quickly stick bunch of that in there. Don't know if I actually turned the damn controller on. Oh, there we go. Oh, just missed it. Let's try that again. Just pop a bit of stuff in there. There we go. When that empties out, it engages the docking routine, or the launching routine, and should hopefully go back home. I said he should hopefully go back home. Yeah, that collision avoidance, it just needs to come off, doesn't it? Just needs to come off. It's too low to the ground and it's getting confused by it. Cool. Okay, that kind of works. That kind of works. What's that, Stephen? Do they go fast enough to cause damage? They can do. This is why I'm trying to get them to dock at around 5 meters a second, because that kind of seems to be around where stuff crashes and starts to explode when it bumps into stuff. The transit between the two, I've kind of set them, like I said, to 15, but when it actually comes into land, I try and set it nice and slow, but not so slow that it's tedious. But around 5 meters a second, you're usually okay. If it goes any faster than that, it can blow its connector up or smash itself to pieces. Especially because it's made of small grid blocks. Right, oh yeah, you're over there recharging, aren't you? Hopefully not messing around too much. Right, let's test out the refinery side of things. Bum 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 bum. I'm just gonna pump a buttload of stone in there again. Just let the refinery process a load of that into a variety of ingots. Yeah, just let that make another bunch of stuff, then I want to try and test that whole loop again. I do turn off all of these AI blocks and take them off the hood. Okie doke. Oh, I've gone too high up. I'm going to go out the front door. Not to the control room. Right, I'll let that refinery do its thing a little bit. How are you doing? You two batteries are... yeah, you've got plenty of power left in you. Right, so you've now got stuff in you. You can then start producing stuff. That can all... they can make things. Just get a bunch of random stuff getting made, because why not? Now, the delivery drone to deliver stuff. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do with him. Right, so let's have a look at that refinery again. Alright, he's made a whole another bunch of stuff. Cargo pack. And we'll let that refine a bit more. Really fill it up, see what weight limit sort of is. Maybe pop a bit more stone into there so it can manufacture a whole bunch more stuff. Yeah, I think to set up the lifts and the other mechs at some stage. Right, while that's producing stuff over there, let's move you and see if the drone gets confused by that, whether he'll get his act together. Right, yeah, we'll put you there. Yeah, I think I'll having it that way. Where are we? We're going over here again. Refinery. Got cargo pack. Still going to take a while. Yeah, we'll just take what we've got for now. So that wants to deliver a whole bunch of materials. Can we get up to 2k? It's probably going to take ages to get to that stage. Yeah, we'll just leave it as that. Right, so that has just done that. We want to request some more. Oh yeah, that's the wrong one. We want to request some more materials, so Send the signal. Doors open. Drone deploys. Yeah, it's like collision avoidance every time, messing with it. Confusing the poor thing. Got to turn it off on all of them, and I'll keep saying it. Damn it, I wish that collision avoidance detection collision field, or however it's been operated, was slightly smaller. Right, and when you've dropped all that off, let's close that door up. And then you've deposited that, and then you'll head back home. Now, will you clear the tower, or will you smash into it? Or will you just get confused by the collision avoidance again? How's your collision avoidance going to handle it? Is it just going to get wiggy? Okay, it's not too bad. That's not too bad. What's that, Mr. Petersburg? A missile bay would be awesome for with walkers. Well, that was one of the things I was going to say before, but I got distracted. As far as defences go, my plan is yeah, that actually works. The like factory mechs and all of these guys, I don't really want them to have a massive amount in the way of defences. They'll have, I think I'm going to probably just put some interior turrets on them as a little bit of drone defence, but for proper offensive stuff, I want to have like a battle drone essentially. Another one, probably about this size, that is the protector of the group, and that can have some stupid custom weapon designs on it. If you've watched my Economy 2 preview video, the traction city that I've built in that, which I will show off on launch day, has got some big vanilla assault Gatling gun type things on it. I'm thinking of putting some of them on another mech like one of these, and I could probably do a missile bay as well. As soon as all these guys have got some drone related stuff, build a missile bay for it, and that can attack things like pirate bases from long range, hopefully. Yeah, that is the plan. I want to have like 5 or 6. I mean, I've got this many rows of battery packs. So that row is the refinery, that is the factory, and then we've got 3, 4, 5, 6 more. Yeah, because they're in pairs, because I'm going to have like 2 of these battery drones on each mech essentially. So yeah, refinery, factory, O2 one that I want to have, say, combat or defense one, whatever, and then 2 other potential mechs. Oh crap, yeah, farm, that is one of them as well, Stephen. So yeah, refinery, factory, farm, O2 gen, defense, MISC, whatever the last one wants to be. I think the last one actually I'm going to have as like a main like living space and control center, basically like the main central mech that I can pilot, and then I'm going to try and set these guys up with AI blocks so they can follow the main mech. Might push it a bit far, but might just freeze the game up with too many AI calculations, but we'll give it a try. Right, so what are we on? We're on 5.5 hours. 9:30. I'll probably wrap this up in about an hour because I'm a bit tired and I've been done an awful lot of thinking on this stream. So, what have we got done? What can we do next? Got your factory system, the basics of it set up in there. We do need, oh, you know what? I should probably set up the controls for these drilling arms, because I've set up the control units, but I've not done any of the stuff I need to do to pack them away. We do need a bit more light down here. So I've got these two control seats with a similar kind of thruster setup as the control seat at the top. Well, this isn't going to drive anything. Those thrusters are going to control the extension on these two pistons in the arms, which means I need vent controllers in the back of this little computer here. It'll be probably easier if I do it with spectator cam, because I need to get back here and it's awkward. Right, so I need... what have I actually got here? I've got an on-off controller, which I've not set up yet. I need a controller to extend and retract each piston, so I need I'm gonna need a lot of controllers back here actually. I need an extend and retract for the first piston on that side, and oop. Oh, I've actually got loads more room down there. Let's put them down there. Extend and retract. Extend and retract. Oh, now I do need to build up here because I need to build another 4 down there. Extend, retract, retract. Okay. Piston 0, L01. Piston L02. Okie doke. So ref -01. Piston extend L01. Copy all. Paste that on piston. Retract L01. That can be L02, extend. And that can be L02, retract. Right, so I named these forward, left, up, down. Yeah, cool. Right, I've named all them properly. That is fine. That is on. That is the off button. I also want a deploy button, I think, because I want the arm to open up when I turn it on, rather than just everything turn on. You want one with a grinder pit and an arm to collect what you destroyed. I might do that, possibly, with the with the factory ship, because I was thinking of something I could do with arms for him. Because the refinery's got the drill arms, the power plant's got the great big stupid solar panels that aren't really arms, but they are things on rotors that are dangling and flapping around, so I kind of count them. Yeah, I was thinking of something I could possibly do with the factory. So yeah, a grinder pit and an arm to collect stuff might be an idea, because I have got that big open front bit of that ship and a lot of space, so we could potentially put a grinder pit in the front end of him, and he could collect the scraps of what the combat ship destroys, maybe, because that'll be the mech that's handling all the components anyway. Maybe we could set it up to deliver scrap back to the refinery. But yeah, for now, I need a deploy controller. What we're gonna do? Oh, in fact, hang on. Arm piston deploy. Yeah, because, right, so, jump in there, that extends out and sits us above that window. So I need to decide where this arm is folding up to in the first place, actually. So what are we doing? Arm, rotor, azimuth. Right, so I'll have you -5. Left elbow. What are you doing? -5, point you out. Probably +5, point you in. That's probably a little bit better. That one's fine. Elevation on that one. What are you doing? Yeah, we'll have you lift all the way up. So you're tucked away. That hinge there. Oh, I didn't set any of the limits on this, did I? Now, how far out can that go? That is too far, and that is scrubbing, I think. Yeah, that's definitely scrubbing. We'll call that 75, I think. There we go. I think that's kind of scrubbing against that, so we'll call that 75. So not much out on the bottom. 80? What was 85 like? That's, yeah, that definitely seems too close. Oop, 90's way too close, and that is scrubbing, because it can't even reach the angle. Yeah, we'll call it 80 for now, that'll be fine. That's tucked away nicely. Right, so... what do all of those look like then? That's a plus. That's a minus. That's a plus. So make them a group. Oh, then again, I might not actually need that many groups. Then... Oh yeah, we've only got one hinge in that arm because I changed the setup, didn't I? We've got one group for the pistons, that'll be alright for resetting it. Yeah, okay, cool. Right, so arm on, off. Ow. Vitally important part of this bloody thing. Oh yeah, I've got the light there. Oh! Idiots, I don't even need to do anything. Drill, active lights. Let's call that arm drill active light, so it turns up with the rest of the arm stuff. Arm drill active light, let's make a group for you. Right, so arm left on off, block switched on off. Arm drill active light left, yep, that's the one. What's that, Mr. Penisberg? Yes, they could be grind arms, they could be, but I do like the idea of having an arm that picks stuff up and drops into a pit. I would like to try and maybe see if I can build a grinder pit in that mech. It would be funny. It would be an interesting way of doing it. My Twitch player spazzed out. I hope that doesn't mean my Twitch signal spazzed out. Right. Cool. Okay. So what are we doing? Block switched on and off. Drill active light. When that turns off, we want all... Oh, we need to make groups for all that stuff. Completely forgot about it. On rotor. I'll just make individual groups for them for now. Arm rotor, arm rotor, arm rotor on the left hand side, arm hinge, not that one, that one. We might make a group for the arm drill as well, fail safe. Right, so arm drill on off, when it switches off. We will have... Oh, there's quite a few groups here actually. Should be enough space though. Arm hinge LE, what are you doing? You are currently... Yeah, so we'll have you set to velocity 5. Do the rotor next. What are you doing? You're doing positive 5 as well. Azimuth rotor, you were negative, weren't you? Yeah, I thought so. We'll do -5. And you were positive value too? Yes, you were. So you can be set velocity to 5. And pistons will set velocity to -1. Oh. Crap, actually. I need to bump all of that forward 1 block because I need to get that in there first. Okay, so I'll just change all that for a second. Set velocity -1. Delete that. +5. -5. +5. and plus 5. Then I want that to turn off. So if that's on and I'm for some reason controlling stuff, it can sometimes interfere with these commands when it all retracts, so I want that to turn off first. And then all of that should kick in, and that would be fine, and that would retract the arm back up. Now, when I want to deploy it, I need to move. I've put all of that stuff in the wrong slot anyway. Damn. Hang on. That all needs to be this side. Full. Yeah, that one needs to be the other side. So that's the off side. Oh no, that needs to be empty. You're doing it all wrong. That's the one that needs to be off, isn't it? Yeah. Right, and then that set velocity can't be 5. Yeah. Set velocity 5. Set velocity -5. Set velocity 5. Set velocity -1. So that should be when we turn the light off. Does all that. Yeah, that's correct. Right, when we turn it on, I want that hinge to open up slowly. Call it, no, actually, we'll just call it -5. See what that does. So that will open up to extend the arm forward a bit, and then the elevation rotor, I want that to pitch forward slightly as well. You're currently at 5, so you'd need to be -5, or minus something. Call it -5, see what happens. Elevation, set velocity, -5. And then deploy. What do I do? Controller, arm, piston. Arm piston deploy? Why do I call it arm piston deploy? Not going to have anything to do with the pistons. Yeah, we just have named it the wrong thing. Arm piston retract. Oh, right, yeah. Oh, because yeah, I got carried away doing that. Yeah, it's not going to be arm piston deploy. That's fine. It's just going to be arm deploy. That is fine. Deploy. Where the hell have you gone? Right. It'll also help. I'll put that in there too. Controller, arm deploy. Right, cool. So, when that hinge, arm hinge LE, when that gets to less than, call it 45 degrees for now. Things. It will. I'm just going to get it to reset the velocity on all the rotors and hinges. So, reset velocity. Set velocity. Reset velocity. There we go. Reset. And reset, and then once it's done all of that, it can turn the control units for the arm on. So I can then start controlling the arm. Yeah, cool. What we could also do, yeah, we've got plenty of space left in there. Let's go back to the beginning, stick it at the end. Light. When it turns on, we will set the colour to cyan to indicate that stuff is happening. We'll also set the blink interval to 1. And when it turns off, we will set the colour to orange. We'll make sure that blink interval is 0. And then when we deploy, light, we can also set that colour to green to indicate it has deployed, and we can set that blink interval back to 0. So if I put myself, there we go, put myself here. Arm light off. Arm light on. Ooh, okay. Well, we learnt a lesson from that. Arm on off. That rotor is moving far too quickly. Rotor. Which one is it? That one. Elevation rotor. Let's go to the other extreme. Let's set it to -1. Let's make it much slower. Right. Turn that off. It all retracts up. Turn that on. It deploys. Oh, I jumped out of the seat rather than move the camera. Right, I'll definitely get that to extend out a bit further, I think. Deploy. Let's call it 25 degrees. Retract that arm back. Yeah, that's not too bad. The starting position. What's it look like from in here? Yeah, I think that's a decent position to control it from initially. Then we can tuck it back away. And deploy it back out, and then I need to set up the controls to actually control it. Unit. So we've got oh, I can't use groups for control, can I? Control left elbow, control left shoulder. So I can tap that button and control the drill. I can also control the drill from the other section of the arm. Arm camera. Maybe group view. Stick you in there for now. So if I turn you off, then I can just control the arm from here and use the third person view if I felt like it. So we can do the top half of the arm with that controller. Then we can do the bottom half of the arm with that controller. I can usually get to the ground, and then the next thing we're going to do is set up some controls to extend and retract those pistons. But we are just coming up on 6 hours, so I'm going to have another little bio break, another quick little I'm just going to make another cup of tea quickly. And I'll probably do another hour, set those arms up, get them working, and then call it a night. Yeah, I'm just going to have a quick break, and we'll do another hour, because why not? So, yeah. Once again, don't go anywhere, I'll be back in a few minutes. Right, I am back again. Turn the music down for a second. Bye, little engineer. See you later. And we'll turn the back soon off sign this time. Right, what were we doing? Oh yeah, we were going to set up the controls to extend these arms. So let's extend that arm What do I even call them? I called them stupid things, didn't I? Arm, piston. Right, for a start, they need to have the word controller in there, so I actually know that that's a controller. Controller. Arm, piston. Otherwise, I've just got 20 things named arm piston. 10 things named arm piston. There we go. Right. Going on with YouTube. Oh, shut up, YouTube. You are receiving enough video. Don't be daft. Right, arm piston L01, L02. So, I am going to set up number 1. Right, so these are going to be thruster powered, in a way. Number 1 is for that piston, isn't it? Yeah, that's number 1. Pistons, so number 1, extend, thruster, is it arm, is it drill, let's take the word control out of those drills so it's easy to see. YouTube needs soul, does it? Oh, that thing seems to have gone away now anyway. It's apparently getting enough video again. Whatever, YouTube. The internet never works properly half the time anyway. Streamlabs never seems to know what it's doing. I think I've managed to successfully have it fully working properly the way I thought I'd set it up maybe once or twice. Right, piston shenanigans. Right, so you are going to be, I want to extend that, so that is going to be, drill thruster. Yeah, that's going to be up. Now that extended. Number 2, retract rather. Also set that to, we'll set it to 5%. We'll set that to 5%. Down. Yeah, cool. Right, so when I trigger that thruster with my keyboard, I need to make individual groups for the pistons. 1 and 2. Right. So, extending number 1. Yeah, I've only built this side anyway, haven't I? Piston. Oh, smeg. We need to change that group again. Yeah, smeg it. We'll just use this for now. I've just broken one of the controls. In fact, let's just fix that now. Pistons. L01. Reset, we'll just call that. Yes, it's that one there. Yeah, I've now just made that just a single piston, so we'll do that instead. Get that to reset. That group instead. Yeah, that'll be cool. That'll be fine. Right, I can actually set these bloody arm pistons up now. So, extend. Piston L01. Bum 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 bum. Just call it 1 RPM for the moment. So, when we trigger the thruster, it will extend that. Call it 1 RPM for the moment, make it faster if we need to, and then when we let go, we want it to stop, so we will set the velocity to 0. And then retract 0 on. Going to do the opposite, so that will be pist L01. That we will set to -1 and 0, because if you hit the reset button, it resets it to like -0.5 or something, rather than actual 0. So now, theoretically, I can use my spacebar and the C button to extend and retract that piston as necessary. And seeing as it's going to be slowly drilling into the ground, we don't really want it to go much faster than that anyway. Yeah, cool, so that's that first one. And that's being controlled by the little ion thrusters that are attached to my control seat. And then extend number 2 for that -5. Retract number 2. Thruster greater than 5%. Oh, I said -5 before, but that's completely wrong. And there should be a forward. Yep, drill thruster forward. And there should be a reverse. Drill L01 reverse thruster. Cool. Arm piston L02. So same thing. When we trigger it, set velocity to 1. When we stop triggering it, set velocity to 0. Retract, select actions, L02. Oh, that'll do. Set velocity -1. Set velocity 0. So now we should be able to use the W and S keys to extend that drill out. I can use that to move that. Oop. I can use that to move that. I can extend that out and retract it whilst I'm doing that to get more reach. Ooh, we do actually need to bring that lower limit down on that elevation rotor, because I'm never going to reach the floor otherwise. L rotor L01. You are only going as far as -50. Let's call you -90. What's that like? Right, you can go further then. So I could effectively use that to reach out pretty straight if I needed to. Or I can angle it to be where I need it to be. I can use those pistons to dig into the ground. And when we've done all of that, we can retract the whole thing. Well, I might get that rotor to retract a little bit slower. Drill on off. Let's get that. Which one was it? Elevation. Yeah, let's get you. Let's do you half as slow. Let's do you at 2.5. Because that rockets it back a little bit. Imagine if AI could do the programming for you. I don't really want AI to do the programming for me. I like doing the programming bit. And it's the struggling and fighting through all the controls that I enjoy. Right, so we can deploy that. Oop. We can take control of that. We can extend that out. Let go of that. We can use that one as well. I get bored of the whole thing. Yeah, that seems far more sensible. That was a far more sensible speed. Cool. Right. I don't want to go drilling the ground around here. I'll test that out after I set up the other arm. I need to do the other side now. So we've got that. Copy all. Copy, paste. What's that? That's going to be R0. You know what? Let's just get in there with spectator cam. It's going to be less screwing around. Yeah, we've not named any of that stuff. Copy all, copy, paste. Right, that could be R01. That can be retract R01. Yeah, extend, retract. And the other two down here, weren't they? That's R02, extend, copy. All. And that's R02 retract. Right, cool. Arm piston. Oh yeah, we need to make a deploy one, don't we? Controller, arm piston. Oh yeah, arm piston. It's that one that needs to be something else. Need to delete that group. Arm controller, deploy. Right, you can go there. Copy, paste, arm controller, deploy. R01. Oop, where the hell am I? There we go. Right, we can play with this side as well. Right, where have I gone? Here I am. Right. Right, light. Did I make a group for that? No, probably need to make a group for everything on this side, don't I? Yes, I do. Yeah. Right, so I need loads of things. Arm drill, R01. I was going to make a fail-safe for that, just in case. Arm hinge. Right-hand side. Arm piston. Arm piston. Arm rotor. Arm rotor. Another arm rotor. We need to make a group for the arm camera as well. Oh yeah, I do. I need to add that into the controls. I'm also going to need a group for that. I'm not sure we made a group for that side. Right, that has... Oh yeah. Yeah, I will. Oh yeah, I'll need to have that turn itself off. Because every time I move the arm, that is going to start triggering that stuff. If I'm not careful. Deploy. Yeah, that's why I made the group, so you need to turn off. Arm on, off. You've still got space in you, that's... In fact, you've got loads of space in you, that's fine. You can turn on there, and that will solve that problem. In fact, actually, that needs to be an on and an off command, just in case. Right, so what did we actually have in there? Left piston -5. So that's going to be block switched on off. The arm light right hand side, cool. Did make a group for that, even better. Right, that can go on. Arm hinge, RE. Ah, got to divide that up anyway. So what was that? That was -5, wasn't it? Yeah, -5 on that, and then it'll be the opposite side, so it should be 1 on the elevation rotor. L rot 1 should be that side, I think. And then we'll deal the rest of that in a minute. So, other side of the controls, what do we need to do? Turn off control unit arm L01. Oh yeah, we did already make a group for that, that's fine then. Arm unit R01 and turn off. What was all the other stuff we did? Oh, that's the wrong way, we'll do that in a second. 5 on the hinge. Oh, the rotors are all going to be the other way around, aren't they? In fact, let's get all those rotors into their resting position. So what do you want to be? Let's call you 5. No, you want to be... Not put attach button. Yeah, love that. You want to be 5. You want to be 5, I think. What do you want to do? Nope, you want to do -5. And where's your hinge hiding? There we go. Lined up the same, isn't it? Yeah, that's the same. Right, cool. So, right hand side, on, off. What are all of those angles then? Arm hinge right, you're sitting at 5 RPM, aren't you? Right, just quickly check. Yeah, you're setting at 5. Set velocity 5, and RE, what were you doing? You're doing -5. Azimuth, what are you doing? You're doing 5. Then the elevation, we want to set you to 1, don't we? -1. Yeah, I think that's all of that. Might be a few more controls I need to put in. Oh yeah, the pistons divvy. Oh, we're doing like 2.5, aren't we? Not 1. So -2.5. Set velocity -2.5. And then piston. Oh yeah, we need to make a reset group for the pistons, didn't we? Piston 1 and 2. Take that whole thing actually. Right hand pistons. Reset. There we go. So stick that in there. Reset arm piston 2 -1. And then the last thing was colour changes in the lights. Oh no, deploy on and off. You need to set up the deploy. Can't remember whether I made a group, but I'll just make another one anyway. And deploy on, off. Then it's the colour changes, isn't it? Yeah, aqua, blink 10, aqua, orange. Cool. Oop. Blink. 1. Blink. 0. Oh, have I gone too far? Wait, where have I set that from? Oh, you oh, hang on. No. Drill light, space, boy. Drill light, space. Oh, you smeghead. You've set everything back 1 by mistake. That's why. Off. Yeah. I've set everything by the wrong thing. What is it? Arm rotor RE, -5. Arm rotor RE. -5. Azimuth, +5. And then -2.5. Okay, that's not too bad. -2.5. Set. Set velocity -1. Right, that's fine. It's all good. I just put everything slightly in the wrong place. Right then, you can be aqua. You can be not red. You can be orange, thank you. Bum bum bum. Light. Oop. Blink 1. Blink interval 0. Also, while we're at it, light blink intervals should be, well, blink length should be 50. Deploy, I need to set up the other side of that. Rotor hinge angle, so what did we have? Less than 25. Arm hinge, RE. What did that do? That resets everything. Turn the arm on, turn the light green, turned itself off. Right, so arm right, reset. 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 Bum 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 bum. Arm unit. On. Oh, and actually, I want to turn that camera on, and then turn that off, and I want to do the same on you. Well, it's got the colour changes. Crap. Do you have enough room for that? Am I going to have to make another group? Oh, it should be fine, actually. That. Get rid of that for a second. Camera L01 I can turn on there. And we'll do those colour changes. So light R01, you're gonna stop blinking. You're gonna turn green. And then you're gonna turn that off. Yeah, cool. That should be alright. Yeah, get rid of that. Light, blink, 0. Colour, green. The plot and deploy and switch itself off. And that should all be good. I just need to put the camera turning on and off into here, don't I? Oh, actually I just need it to turn off when we retract stuff. And luckily we've got one little slot in there. We'll call it that. Camera, hang on, which one am I on? Camera L01 off, go in there. We have the same little gap over here, yep. Camera R01, go off in there. The light R01, oop. Arm unit, control, arm unit, toggle. We'll also have camera toggle, just in case. Off with that. On with that. Groovy. Turn that all off. Turn that all on. It deploys when it extends. Lovely. Just what I wanted. Cool. And then when we're out there, I can play with that. I can play with that. That one is the wrong way around. Wind azimuth, -5. Alright, that's left, that's right. Up and down, correct. Alright, I just got left and right a little bit backwards there. That's fine. Groovy. So I can mess around with that and then turn it all off. And it all retracts. Lovely. Okay, cool. Alright, let's set up the piston controls. Right. Piston stuff. Arm piston R0. There we go. So, once again, these are all thruster outputs. Already set to 5, lovely. Right, so what did we say? R01 is up. That was the one. Up R0. You are forward R0. You are down R0, and you should be reverse R0. On me. Right, so arm piston R01, 1 and 0. R0 2. Where is it? 1 and 0. Piston R01. Set velocity -1 and set velocity 0, and then the last one, arm piston R02, -1 and 0. One button. There we go. Forward and backward. Do that one. Spacebar and crouch. Do that one. Turn that camera off for a second. Yeah, we can control that with that one. Control that with that one. We can extend and retract as we need to. Ooh, that's interesting. If I hold them together, I'm going to start fighting each other a little bit. Interesting. I might have to work out some fail-safes for things. Yeah, and the drill works. And then retract the whole thing. Might get a few more of the bits of that arm to move a little bit slower than that. But that's not too bad. Yeah, I can use that to reach the ground. Lift up and down if I need to. And turn the whole thing off. Groovy. Right, that works. I'm happy with that. Those arms are set up nicely. I didn't even actually really check if the blinking lights were working properly. Yeah, blink, blink, blink. There we go. Yep, cool. Right, I'm happy with that. That works nicely. Right, it is incredibly dark over here. What block is that? Ah, smeg. Of course it's a block that I can't remove. Do. Let's put it back before anybody notices. Yeah, the right way around? No. That's the right way around. Right, can't delete that block. Ooh, what we could do... Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, we'll just put one of these big chunky things either side over there. That can fill a nice little gap in. Copy that for now. Paste that there. Paste that there. And you can see a little bit better over here. And then we can figure out some kind of greebling for here. Ooh, I don't know what to do for now. Let's just stick in a row of pipes for now. Might just fill those in with some blocks. And for now I might put a few more pipes in there for a minute. What do we got? Let's copy that colour. Did I copy that colour? No, I didn't. Oh, it's right there anyway. Something like that either side. Cover that up a little bit. What else could we squeeze in there? We could... Where is it? Throw a bit of that up there as well. Yeah, how am I stuck on? I don't think I'm stuck on that hinge. Yeah, that's not looking too bad. Yeah, jump in there. I can activate that as needed. Do some drill testing at some stage. Right, in fact, maybe go and do a bit of drill testing now, because I'm probably going to wrap this stream up in about 15-20 minutes. I think we've made some pretty good progress today. Quite happy with the way that cargo drone's ended up, even though I was a little bit unsure about it to begin with. Where am I going? Let's go to the control room. Right, what have we got around here? Ore patch over there. let's go to that one. I don't really want to tear up the middle of the terrain. That's right on the edge of the valley. So, we'll head over there. You know what? Those sea drone AI blocks, you can all get that off. When is my next stream, Stephen? Probably Sunday. I might squeeze in another one on Friday, to be honest. Because I usually like to have like a sort of day on, day off kind of thing when I'm streaming, so I don't burn my head out. And I like to try and not conflict with Aya and a few other people, because I know he does Tuesdays and Thursdays quite regularly. So definitely Sunday, maybe Friday as well, is what I'll say at the moment. Just keep your eyes peeled. I might do some more of this on Friday afternoon. It's not like I really have much else to do. Right, so yeah, I also shoved one of the fancy new ore detectors on the front of this guy. Although I get the feeling that's going to be a little low. No, actually, I've probably got just enough space to maybe squeeze it on there. That's something I forgot about. I did want to put a drilling drone on here for deep ore drilling. I've just filled it all up with cargo space instead. And then again, we might be able to use that other... Oh no, because I want to deliver ice. There might be a way to squeeze a cargo drone onto the end of the nose. Drilling drone. Yeah, because that's still 70 meters down. That arm will never reach that. It can probably only reach about 20 meters. So it can do surface stuff. It can do... Yeah, even that silicon is probably going to be a little bit too deep, but we'll just test the drilling arm out anyway. But I want the drilling controls to be separate from the main controls, because you need the piston stuff, and I want that all down here. So we will head down here. Right, deploy that arm. I'll turn the camera off and just do most of it now. Like that, so I can see what's actually happening. Sod it, we'll just drill a hole. Right, well that's definitely taking stuff in. And that is getting processed by our refinery. Cool. Right, so they are connected up. Good. Oop. Turn that camera back on. See what that's like. Yeah, I wish there was a slightly better place to mount cameras on drills. They're always in a bit of an awkward position. But hey, the drill arm works. It can clang out a bit. Oh, just banging against the stone actually. Yeah, it moves. It drills. It is definitely taking stuff in and putting it into our refinery, which is fantastic. If I track the arm from there, well, it's not actually too bad. For the sake of it, let's test out the other arm. Make sure that works properly too. Turn it on. Yeah, that works. And then, because those thrusters are attached to the seat and not part of the turret controller controls, you can use them regardless of which turret controller you're using to use each section of the arm, which is quite handy. Yep, that's definitely taken in stone as well. Fantastic. Yeah, might get those pistons to retract a little bit quicker just in case. Yeah, that's cool. I'm happy with that. The arms are working. The walk cycle's working. Drones are working pretty well. When they actually behave and know where they're going. So yeah, I need to make another cargo drone, but I will save that until I've got the ice processing mech up and running. Because there's no point otherwise, we'll just sit there doing nothing. Yeah, there we go. I can head back over here. Oh, actually, I can probably take out that neon tube section now. Everything's all joined up again. Yeah, oh yeah, I also need to set up the cruise control so I can just flick the the walk cycle on and off and not have to sit here holding the controls. Because it is nice having the keyboard inputs to do the forward and backwards, but sometimes you just want a bit of cruise control and just let it walk. So yeah, I need to set that up at some point. What are we on? Come up on 7 hours. It's nearly 11 o'clock, yeah. Right, I'm pretty much going to wrap this stream up here now, because I'm quite tired, and I need to go to bed, and I've done a heck of a lot of thinking, but before we bail, let's just test out that cargo drone one more time, see if he is going to play nice with us. Right at the end. In fact, quickly have a look. What's your battery level like? Yeah, you're doing fine. You've all both recharged fairly recently. That's good. Right, let's get in here with spectator cam. Let's look at you. Let's put you in follow mode. Let's select the factory. And let's... oh, hang on. Has he actually got anything in his cargo container? Probably not. Let's do that first. Let's put some bits in. Refinery. Inventory. Cargo pack. Yeah, let's stick that in there. Cargo pack. Boom, 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 boom. Pop all of that in there. You can deliver that stuff for us. Right, what we're doing? Factory. Request relay. Send signal. And away it goes. Is he going to figure it out, or is he going to make me look stupid? And he looks like he's figuring it out. He's flying pretty straight somewhere. Yep, there he goes. Coming into land. Docking up. Lovely. I might put some lights on him as well to indicate docking phases. Oh, there he goes. He's deposited his load. And hopefully he is heading back home. Hopefully he's not going to smeg about too much. You behave yourself? Looks like he's behaving himself. Yeah, he's coming in nicely. Here we go. Here we go. Lockdown. Fantastic. Right. I'm really happy with that. Cool. Right. The docking drone does his job. Sweet. So what have we got then? We've got factory mech that needs more work. We've got power plant mech that can support a whole bunch more drones. He is eventually going to have a hydrogen tank delivered in much the same way as the cargo container drone. Wherever he's gone. He will deliver some hydrogen to him for the hydrogen engines, but I need to build another mech before I do that. We've got the refinery drone, refinery mech. His battery drones are all working nicely. His arms are all set up and they all work. And as far as I know, your battery drones don't have too many issues, other than the AI blocks being daft occasionally. We've got basic factory stuff in here, but we need to do loads more lights, and we need to sort out the elevator on pretty much all the other mechs. I think I sorted it out on this one. Let's just quickly check before we call it a night. I think we did it on this one, didn't we? Yeah, the lift works alright on this one. Oh yeah, we need to finish off the lift, because I was going to put some kind of mining drone or exploration drone on the side of that. Yeah, that drops down. And then we've got a ramp to walk off. Ruby. And that can retract back up. I think I still need to tweak a few little bits here and there. With some of the timings on some of the hinges. Let's be honest, that's alright actually. And then that closes up. Cool. Right. Back up to the top deck again. Yeah, and then the top deck is actually airtight, which I'm impressed with. The armour panels are just about sealing that up nicely. Oh yeah, I do need to replace the railing, but I'll just attach it to the side of those armour panels. Cool, right, I'm going to leave that there then, because yeah, we're pretty much coming up on 7 hours, and that's a heck of a long stream. Right, so yeah, I'm going to go and get some rest. I might be back on Friday to stream some more of this, it's looking like probably, to be honest. I won't have much else to do. I'll definitely be back for more of this on Sunday. I'm waiting for the Economy 2 update to drop before I carry on with my other regular Space Engineer stuff, because some of the new Economy stuff requires fresh saves, and I'm still trying to work out what I'm going to do about that with my current games, because I would like to have the new stuff in it. Still working out what I'm going to do about that, but yeah, I'll be back for more of this at several points throughout the next week or two, until the update drops and I sort out my regular schedule again. So yeah, thanks for watching, thanks for chatting, thank you very much for the super chat, that was very much appreciated. Thanks for any advice and general banter in the chat, it's always appreciated having people watch. And yeah, I'll see you all next time. Keep an eye out for notifications and things when I post the next stream schedule, and also join the Discord if you want to keep up to date with stuff properly. And yeah, I will leave it at that, so I will see you all next time. Thank you for watching, guys. Goodbye for now.